What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz, the Crypto Goat, and we have a special show today. We have a co-host coming on, Mega Crypto. He'll be here shortly. Thank you all for joining. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Start smashing that like button, guys. Let's get those likes up. Mega Crypto will be here soon. I'm not going to ask you to like during while he's on, but please keep on liking. Let's keep this show on a roll. I need my liking, gifting warriors today. We're gonna do goats today. We're looking for 100 goats. We're gonna get to 100 goats. Yeah, 250k likes minimum. Minimum 250k. I want to see 1 million likes. Everybody's gonna work together. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Don't forget to send in those heart me's. And if you can't give to the show, you can always just hit the like button. Just keep pressing that like button. I'm going to give XRP a little bitty rocket ship, because I don't know how much it's going to do. But XRP is a diamond bottom right now. That means we should hit 255 to 280. Like 250 to 280. If we don't break past 250, then we'll double top and come back down, which I think is probably more likely. But we can dream. We can dream about mood cheese. Let's put a piece of cheese up here. You know what? We're gonna get rid of the moon. It's probably not going to the moon, but it's probably going to the cheese. XRP is going to the cheese. What do we need here? We need an emoji for XRP. How about this one? That sounds about right. It looks like a pile of shit. XRP looks like a pile of shit. But we love XRP. We love it. But right now, it looks like a steaming pile. Hey Oz, we going to cheese, and where's the cheese at? The cheese is, I think, somewhere between 250 and 280. I'm feeling some cheese. But SXT, baby, this is a nice cup and handle forming right here. I think SXT is gonna do at least 18 cents. I think it'll go to 20-ish. Probably just short of 20, 19. 18.5, something like that. That sounds about right. This is a good one. Even where it's at, I think is a decent buy. It could potentially drop back down. Obviously, you want to get in around 10 to 12 cents if you can. If it goes that low again, which I think it could potentially, but it's so new, you know, if it keeps doing things like this, it's going to be hard for it to break down below these things. Look at this consolidation right here. This is just strong consolidation building up. This is SXT, baby. You want me to do Ethereum? Ooh, I like this song. Solana and Ethereum looking nice too, but wondering when it will correct. I agree. I think we got, as long as Bitcoin's pumping, everything else is going to keep pumping. I'm digging this. Yeah, I think we got some pumps in store for everything. Will it be like a moon trip? I don't think so. SXT potentially could see a moon trip though. I think SXT could see 20 cents or higher. I mean, SXT has a potential, if we go into like altcoin season, I'd say it could hit dollars. It's so new. It's like getting into XRP when it was 13 cents. It hasn't even done a moon yet. It's barely hyped yet. It's ground floor, baby. And look at the new candle. There's a lot of pressure pushing it up. Look, it's starting to gain that momentum here. And that's what we want to see. I think we can safely say that this was probably a bull flag. If it wasn't, and it was a descending wedge, we got our drop. And then it recovered just so quickly. So what's up with breaking an NDA and whatnot? What did I miss? Oh man, we can only talk about that on Twitch. But it is recorded on YouTube, I believe. So you can watch all the past lives on YouTube. Why are people still talking about the NDA? Because the channel's being hyped and we haven't been receiving much traction, so people are seeing older posts. But I'll go over the NDA again. I'll tell you what, tomorrow we will do a Twitch exclusive and we'll go over everything. What's it in regards to? I can't really say. We got removed from TikTok for 6 days for talking about it on here. I can't even say it. But yeah, it definitely something we should be talking about more. I'll talk about it. Molding, of course. Like crown molding. I think it's best to use a miter saw. Just kidding. Yeah, keep double tapping. Everybody be liking like crazy. We need to get to 250k likes today. I need everybody to be liking like crazy. Liking warriors. Remember, Mega Crypto will be in the live today. Please help me not to be embarrassed. because we are, oh shoot, we are in a shadow. I'm just gonna call it a shadow. Mood. Gemini dollar. Is this the one, Guinea? On Gemini, or is it Tether? I'm trying to stay away from Tether stuff. Or is it this one right here, US dollar on Kraken? I'm assuming it's this one, US dollar on Kraken. Is that it right there? Did you catch this moon candle right here? Let's ask ChatGPT to tell us about mood. Oh, mood eng. Hey, but this looks all right. This could, this did something right here. Look at that. If that's a cup and handle, just like SXT, that one could do 50 cents. It could also crash down. So I would just watch this one and see if it's going to hold. It could just double top here and come right back down. But if it does, this would be a good one. I would say, you know, buy down here between 5 cents and 1 cent. All right, let me find the right one. I got a list of low market cap utility coins with a potential to pump from ChatGPT. We're gonna go over them and do some technical analysis and see if we can find something. I tried to be as specific as possible to find stuff that was gonna be low and ready to buy before a good pump. Mood End. Is this one on Gemini? Yeah, I haven't even looked at them yet. I pulled some up, and before I even looked at them, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go over them with chat, and we'll do the TA on the spot, you know? Because I kind of want to talk with Mega, because Mega wants to kind of know how I do my TA, because we are just two opposite ends of the spectrum of how we do technical analysis. So I kind of want to give him a rundown of how I do it, because it's quick, man. It's so quick when I do it too. Like, I can give you that TA real fast. I'm thinking this is it. Moodeng, US dollar. That's not it. That's it right there. That's the one. It's Moodeng. I bought low. It's pumping. Yeah, this is it. This is cool. This could potentially be a cup and handle, just like SXT is a cup and handle. It could potentially keep going, but make sure you're taking profits. I would definitely take some profits right now, because it could double top here and just bam, come right back down. But this looks promising. I say take profits. It'll probably trend down a little bit here to about 28. Throw those profits right back in and fly up. As long as Bitcoin is doing what it's doing, it's going to keep going, but it could keep price correcting like it is now and just come down like this and then shoot up again and come down, which would be an ascending channel, which is bearish, which would bring it back down. And I would say it would probably hit right around here at 16 cents. So if you got in for the low down here, Guinea Marie, why didn't you tell me about this? I wanted some of this. Man, this looks like some good price action right here. Good for you, Guinea Marie. So proud of you. You have just been killing it. I don't know about sell it. I'd keep a moon bag. Keep a moon bag, but definitely take some profits. I know you put a good chunk of cheese in there. I know how you've been doing it. You've been throwing a couple G's at some like things I would be like, nah, I'm not gonna throw none that much in there. But good for you. So proud of you. You have grown so much. I am so proud of you. Yeah, take that profits. That is beautiful. Take some profits. If it price corrects, comes back down here, do it again. Because these low market cap early coins like this are volatile. They'll pump hard, they'll drop hard, they'll pump hard, they'll drop hard, and there's a lot of money being made on that, and you're on the right side of it. So proud of you. Man, and TikTok seller, man, you've been killing it too, man. Everyone has been just growing as traders every single day. I am so proud of you, and I like to feel like I had a hand in that, you know, like that's why I did this. I wanted to help people. I wanted people to grow and to not lose hard, because we were going to drop hard, and I knew it. And I wanted to make sure that people knew when to get out and when to get back in, baby, because I don't think it's over. I think it is the shakeout, but that's opportunity. Let's grow, let's get wealthy, and let's go, man. Come on, chat. Start hitting that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Jessica with a heart me. We got TikTok seller with 6 goats. And TikTok seller with another 10 goats. And another 17 goats from TikTok seller. And Giddy Marie with 21 goats. And Giddy Marie with the heart me. Thank you very much for the heart me. Thank you all so much. And guess what? We have full staff today. So we have the fact checker is in the house and mic'd in. So let's give a little introduction to our fact checker. We're going to give them just a couple seconds here to make sure that they're ready. And I'm going to turn their mic on and let them introduce themselves. Hello, how we doing?
Hey guys, I'm gonna be bothering you guys today.
Introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? What is your role here? Also, the mission control audio is echoing.
I'm the one who fact checks everything to make sure that we're not having any kind of misinformation that's being spread. We want to be as accurate as possible, and that's the whole point of the show, to make sure that we're giving people factual news and not just, as he says, the moon cheese.
Yeah, no moon cheese here. We are looking for factual information, but we also want to factor in that moon cheese as well, because I think we're getting cheesy today. Thank you so much, and I'm going to turn your mic back down, and thank you for standing by in our mission control center just outside of the studio, ready and willing to help and answer any questions we have. Thank you so much. How's everybody doing? We're at 9.2K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get those numbers up. We've got 1 hour to get to 100K likes. So I need y'all to be my liking warriors. Mega Crypto will be here. I think this is the right emoji for XRP right now. Yes, I think it's going to pump because of some moon cheese, but I don't know. Is it shit? I don't know. But right now, it's the only thing in the market that's just not acting right. And I'm wondering if that has to do with suppression. I'm wondering if that has to do with Ripple dropping loads of XRP. And they're not just doing it at the beginning of the month now. What they're doing is they are moving that escrow into private wallets and then leaking it out through the entire month. So it's just constantly getting dumped on, and that's part of the manipulation. And that's where Ripple's getting all that money that they're talking about sending to buy Circle. It's your money. Yes, the escrow wallets are they're private wallets held by people that own Ripple, and so they have certain amounts that they release from their escrow from the Ripple wallet itself, and they've been dumping some of it in the beginning of the month, making it feel like, okay, it had its dump, whatever, and then but they're really actually just moving it into wallets and slowly releasing it. That's where the manipulation's coming from. They drop some BS all the time, so people are probably getting upset. That's why I'm calling it shit right now. That's why we got this emoji. We might as well just be looking at this. All right, that's what you should see when you look at XRP, because I really think they're using you and your liquidity to buy Circle, which I think is good for XRP in the long run, but they're dumping on their holders, man. What's up, Mr. Zines? Welcome, glad to have you. Thank you for coming on the show the other day. I really enjoyed our chat that we had. We had a good back and forth. I'm trying to reach out to more creators. Mr. Zines with the 50 TikToks. Thank you so much. And TikTok Seller with the 9 roses. Keep smashing that like button, guys. We need to get to 250K likes today. We got Mega Crypto coming in. I know we can do it. We did it last night. Or was it the night before last? So I know y'all can do it. I decided to give your thumbs a break yesterday. I did miss y'all. We did a little special live in the evening with our IT guy. The IT guy is the only person not in the studio today. He will not be in. So any issues come up, I'm on my own. And management just walked in the building to say hello. Oh. Do we have our special live guest? Is our special live guest available to come in? Can you get the special live guest? We have a special live guest coming on. They're going to come on camera right now. Today is a special event. You saw me on Mega Show, or you saw Mr. Zines on Mega Show? Mr. Zines, do you have a live show? Crypto Slayer with the heart me, thank you very much. I'll tell you what, Mr. Zines, if you don't have a show, you should. And I'm starting a new trend on TikTok because TikTok creators are struggling right now. And the new trend is all creators coming together, and viewers as well, coming together as a team to show support for each other's lives. Coming on as guests, coming on as wherever you can, hitting likes. So I am actively searching out other creators and liking their shows and giving them support, sending them gifts, everything I can. And we have our special guest here today. This is Chewbacca. Say hi, Chewbacca. This is my little Chewbacca. Chewy. She's scared. Oh, baby. My little shoulder kitten. So we got a little special guest on today. She's hanging out with us. Too small to see? There we go. Here. Can you see her? She says hi. Say hi. Say hi. Jing, we achieved our goal of 100 goats. Thank you guys so much. Let's see here. Who sent all them goats? It looks like Crypto Slayer sent a heart me. Censored by TikTok said 16 goats, and then another 17 goats from censored by TikTok. TikTok seller with 14 roses. Crypto Slayer with 21 goats. Thank you so much. And I don't know, can you send kittens? Send a kitten. Send a little kitty cat. Meow. Make the screen big. Ah, great idea. She's my little shoulder kitty. She'll sit on my shoulder all day long. Come here. Hi. She is so adorable. We got another guest on the show today. This is Princess Leia. We got Chewbacca and Princess Leia on the show today. Yeah, her eyes are beautiful. And oh, my Leia is so cute. She's so adorable. She loves the kid. Leia thinks she's a cat, and she thinks she's the cat's mother. And my dogs think they're cats, or my cats think they're dogs. Say hi, Leia. Hi, baby. She's trying to get in my lap. So the dog is a bully, and the cat, I think, is Siamese. So we got a Siamese cat and a bully. But the kitty is a shoulder kitty. She will just sit on the shoulder and hang out. The cat thinks it's a parrot. Arr, I'm a pirate. Arr, scurvy. Yeah, she is just the most beautiful, beautiful animal. I name all my animals after shows that I watch. Obviously, I like Star Wars, so I got Star Wars animals. Yeah, they came to say hi. All right, I think Kitty's ready. Yeah, all right. Let's talk about making money now. We got the right song for it.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
TikTok seller with the 9 Oz. Christopher with the ice cream. Bellstar with Mr. Zines with 32 Oz. Bellstar with a rose. Bellstar with another 5 roses. Bellstar with 1 more rose. And Christopher with an ice cream cone. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a good live right here, you know? This is entertainment. It's not just the news. We're partying, baby.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
The sound has a knock at the door. I keep thinking management's at the door yelling at me, coming in, trying to tell me something.
Motherfucker, get money.
Yeah, this is a banger right here, you know? And you know what? This is original music that I own the rights to now. So I can play this in the stream. Oh man, I forgot to start recording. No. All right, we're recording now. Shoot. This is why you got to be in the live, because we forget to record sometimes. The IT guy's not here to remind me. Yes. It's a special live today, a little less serious, not so much news. IT guy is spending roses right now. Oh, definitely. I believe the IT guy is at Universal Studios right now. I told him, I was like, hey man, you want to do a live from Universal Studios, but you got to buy the tickets for the staff. And he's like, no, I'm good, bro. The IT guy, man, he makes some bank. I think he's making more than I do. I can't be the only show he's working on. All right, let's see here. I got to do something I'm not allowed to do on TikTok real quick. It's a party in the chat right now. This is a special event. We are partying. What's up, Oz? You cooking any plays? Oh, you know I'm cooking some plays, baby. I got a play for you right here. Look at this cup and handle right here. We got ourselves a cup of tea, baby. You always know I'm cooking. Send in the Let 'em Cooks, man. If you think I'm cooking, send in those Let 'em Cooks right now. We're going to get into the markets and stuff in just a little bit. Let me see. Zebek on a run. Is Zebek going back up? Because it was pulling back hard a few hours ago. Did it finally recover? Let's take a look. Here, I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. We're partying over here. We got special guests in the house today. Yeah, Zebek. I'm feeling Zebek, but I'm all about SXT right now because SXT is showing bullish signs, baby. But let's look at Zebek. Zebek network on crypto, or is it on Tether network? Let's go with this one. Yeah, that looks right. So look at it, pulled back, but it quickly regained. I think it's got more in the tank, baby. I think everything's got more in the tank. Everything's got more in the tank. This one looking real good right now. Let's see here. Let's go into the hour. So look at that. It dropped hard and it just recovered really quickly. That is a good sign. But it could potentially head and shoulders here, baby. So keep an eye on that. Make sure you're taking profits, okay? Yeah, I think you're right. I don't really do Elliott wave theory, but I think you're right. It's got more in it. I think you're right, but this is something to keep an eye on. If something happens with Bitcoin, Bitcoin's driving everything right now. but this has got more in the tank for sure. I think everything has more in the tank. Just be patient. I know a lot of people got out of this, and I was like, you know, I'm going to wait because everything was looking bullish. Bitcoin was looking like it was going to do all-time highs and continue higher, and look at it, what it's doing. As long as Bitcoin is blasting off right here, baby, I'm going to remain bullish, you know? And, you know, that's the thing is I'm not one to be biased about this stuff, you know? I'll tell you what it is. If the market's going down, we're going down. If it's going up, it's going up. It ain't going to go up every day. It ain't going to go down every day. It moves in waves. What goes up must come down. I agree. That's why I'm worried about Bitcoin. TikTok seller says, holy smokes, that thing will go more. When my Bitcoin went up, so did my other crypto. Yes, exactly. Everything is driven by Bitcoin. The only thing, I almost said the R word, held back by lack of combustion is XRP. However, XRP is a diamond bottom. If you were watching Mega Crypto show, I pointed that out to him earlier today. I was on his show. And this is a diamond bottom. This is hella bullish, baby. So XRP is looking for a run to 250, 255 minimum. Minimum. All right, we got a little rocket on here. But there is a potential for XRP to reach new heights and hit 275 to 280. And then if it breaks 280, if we break 280, we will go flying up to $3 very quickly. And if we break $3, we will go to all-time highs very quickly. It will happen so freaking fast. You will not be ready for it. If you're not in it, you got to be in it to win it. All right? You got to be in it to win it. I will be getting into XRP today. I'm expecting a nice little red candle today to give me a nice little entry point somewhere between 240 and 235. I'm thinking maybe, probably not though. I'm thinking probably 240, maybe 241, 242, where it's at now. Okay? But now may be the time, because we're opening the new day candle and we're red right now because we got two green pumps. But more than likely, this is going to turn around. Okay? It's a bit of a spinning top. Obviously, it's not closed. But look at that spinning top right there. That is not indecision, because we have the charts telling us what it's going to do. Tanner Nate says 457. Let's see where 457 is. I see how you got that number. Top of this candle right here. I think you're right. It could even potentially do only 255. Oh, you said 457. I think if we can break all-time highs, yes. If we can break all-time highs, we're going to $11 and moon cheese on top. I entered at 180, 50x leverage, heart palpitations. XRP is giving me is insane. 50x. That's, you know, I've been thinking about leverage trading because I'm calling the market so well, but I'm afraid that if I do that, it's going to change my bias. You know, if I have a bias, I may not be is accurate. Everything is pumping. Don't forget to take profits. Agreed. Is XRP bullish? Hell yeah, XRP is bullish. XRP is a diamond bottom. It's doing 255, 250 minimum. I think there is a potential that we see 280. And I've been saying this for weeks, that it depended what happened here. And it seems like it's looking for that next wave correction. Like Mr. Zine said, thank you for that. I think we're going to see that. At least 275. The music's loud. Sorry, we're having a party over here, man. Are we going to 280? I think we might. I think right now might be a good entry point. Today's candle, let's go into the low time frame. So we know we want to enter soon. So now we're going to use the 1 minute. This is the first time you're going to watch me using the 1 minute. Okay. This is when our 1 minute is useful, is for the entry. Okay. So this is a bearish channel. This is our ascending, broadening wedge. Okay. Which means that the price will drop. Which means that we're going back to 240 probably. Okay. And possibly even lower. So don't FOMO in right now. Okay. Keep an eye on it, wait, because we could come back all the way to the blue line at 235, and then that would be your entry point. But somewhere in between here, you're going to be able to get an entry because we are consolidating right here. We've got a bearish pattern. And as you can see, we're having big bullish movements and heavy bearish movements here. But with Bitcoin doing what it's doing, I would say 239 is probably the lowest it's going to go. The lowest. I would say even more like 240, 248. So that's more like 241. 2408 is probably the absolute bottom. Let's pray together. Yes, sir. I will pray that. I'm going to put this one on God right now. Thank you, Jesus, for all your blessings. Thank you for this show and this community and everything you've done for us. Thank you for giving us the wisdom and where to put our finances, God. And thank you for bringing this community together. Let's see here. I'm in at 243, 242. Yeah, Kodak, we talked about that. I think you're good. I think you're good, man. You're sitting pretty. Perfect entry zone. I'm tempted to change the music, as TikTok seller would call it. Gotta change the music. Jessica says, my Ethereum is making me the most right now. I don't know why. Ethereum's been held back for a while. Ethereum's been held back for a while, and it's about time. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the roses. Big Baller, thank you for the 4 Let 'em Cook. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the Let 'em Cook. Jessica, thank you for the GG. Neo, thank you for the Heart Me. And Crypto Slayer, thank you for the 5 lightning bolts. Yeah, baby. Crypto Slayer 007 shared the live. Thank you, man. Jessica Puentes, Ethereum has shocked everyone, to be honest. Oh, I know, right? What is going on with Ethereum? And I'll tell you what, the videos that have been coming out with the creator of Ethereum are not helping. We are in here. I've got my entries. Good for you, buddy. Bitcoin is going bonkers. Hell yeah, Bitcoin's going bonkers. Bitcoin's doing big stuff. And because of that, everything else will too. XRP, to find a fair value, it doesn't have like other coins. Oh, it's trying to find a fair value. I think the fair value for XRP is $2. I think that's what it is, and that's why it's kind of doing what it's been doing, because it's been held back for like 7 years. It's making up for lost time. When should I get out of ADA? I'm in at 55 cents. K Kearns, you gotta become a subscriber, or you gotta go add me on Twitch, and I will do that for you. We're not live on Twitch right now. We're exclusively on TikTok. But if I see that you followed me on Twitch, I got my phone right here. I'll keep an eye on it. If you do that, I got you, bro. Kodak59 says, amen. Big baller with the praying hands. Thank you very much. Kearns, stay there, ride the wave, enjoy the profits. Agreed, Mr. Zines. If history repeats itself every Memorial Day weekend, we drop. I agree. How's SXT doing? Oh, SXT is this beautiful cup and handle, baby. We got a cup and handle. This, I think short term, we can see 20 cents. I think that's very possible. 16, 18 cents could be the top, but there's a potential, I think, to even go to like 50 cents or even like $2. Okay. And that would be like when alt season hits, and I'd say we're in a simul cycle, but there are other people that don't quite understand that. So there will be an alt season. It just will be more spread out. And that's why I'm kind of leaning towards more like $1, but it could potentially do crazy things. So I'm leaving my bag in there. I just bought back in at SXT. Good, man. I hope you got out at about 15 and then threw that back in at about 12. And you'll be sitting pretty. I think we're mooning again. I think we got another one in the tank. I think everything's got one more in the tank minimum. Write every crypto down on a piece of paper, put them in a hat, pull one out, and you're probably going to hit. That's where I'm at. And that's because Bitcoin is all-time high right now. As long as this doesn't come crashing down, we're good. Even if it's moving sideways, we're looking good. Okay? If we start moving sideways, things are going to pull back. You're going to want to keep an eye on Bitcoin, okay? If it moves sideways more than a bull flag or one of these bullish structures, okay, you're going to want to make sure you take profits on whatever it is that you're holding, because there's the potential that it will break down. We need to keep an eye on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is everything. It is driving the rocket ship right now for every project. But I think minimum Bitcoin's going to see 115 to 120 minimum, and that's just getting started before a price correction. I think by November we could be up to 200K. If this stuff keeps up, I'm bullish right now. You never hear me say this. I'm freaking bullish, baby. Let's go. All right. We've been waiting for this. We have been waiting for this. This is the indication that I've been sitting on, waiting for confirmation. And here we are. It's Bitcoin breaking all-time highs. The price correction is going to wipe out so many people. Oh, I agree. The price correction is coming. Think of all the people that are buying right now because it hit all-time high. Crazy, man. That's why we're looking at other projects. We're looking at other things. We want to get into things that are ground floor, baby. We want to make money. We want to make those low market cap, crazy moon pumps. We want that SXT money, baby. Look at how beautiful this was. And I think it's got more. Everything's got more. Let's see. I think I need to send Mega an invite. Mega should be coming in the live. Start smashing that like button. Let's see here. No, not here yet. Hopefully he shows up. Either way, I'm sure he will. He confirmed with me several times. Confirmed with me today. Oh, I know. We need so many more likes, guys. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I need y'all right now. And when he gets in, not only a liking storm, not for me, for Mega, but a gifting storm too, guys. Anytime you take a break with your thumb, send a gift and then start going again. What's up, Calvin? Calvin Heel is in the live. What's going on, buddy? Blockchain Bullhorn. I'm finally on your side. We're going to the moon, baby. Yeah, everybody loves Calvin Hill in this live. Thank you so much for joining, Calvin. We love you. Yeah, Calvin, you want to come on and talk? I'd love to have you come speak. I'm going to send you a request right now. We're going to bring Calvin on. Let's see what Calvin has to say. By the way, so it may not be Calvin's actual. So Calvin Hill's real account is Blockchain Bullhorn. So it's probably not him. However, I did speak with Calvin. I'd say about 4 days ago. I spoke with Calvin one-on-one, and I've been unblocked, and we're talking again. But Calvin, credit should be given where credit's due, okay? When we were talking about XRP price correcting to about 230, I talked to Calvin one-on-one, and he agreed with me that we would hit 230. And so credit should be given where credit's due. Calvin was on point there. I think sometimes he can get a little on the hype train, but I get it. That's what his viewers want. Yeah, I am healing him. That's the idea, is we don't want to create hate. We don't want to disparage people because they have different ideas. You know, people are entitled to those ideas, but we got to wake people up. So waking up Calvin is a big deal. I still think he's a little too bullish, but he does understand like that he needs to tell people when pullbacks are coming. And, so we squashed it. We're good. I only have a problem with it because he has a megaphone. Oh, you're funny. We squashed it. We're good. Jessica, thank you for the 5 goats, TikTok seller with the 7 roses, and Kodak with the heart me. Thank you, guys. Let's start a new goal here. We're going to start a new goal. Let's do some let 'em cooks. We're going to go for 20 let 'em cooks. If we don't hit it, no big deal, whatever. Let's pin that there, baby. Because we're cooking today. I'm not here to doom and gloom you guys every freaking day. I'm here to tell you when it's green. If it's green, the light's going to be green back here behind me. If it's red, we're going red. All right? If you see that red light, get scared. All right? If you see the red light, get scared. But right now, we're green, baby. We're green. Let's go. But we're here. If you hear one more 10K call from Calvin, I don't think he's going to. I kind of talked to him, and I was like, you need to tell people $10, not 10K. Yes, it will do 10K maybe in decades from now. You got to quit pipe dreaming these people because they think it's happening tomorrow, and this is people's livelihoods. It's everything. just keep your eye on Bitcoin. Thanks for talking to him. He's not a bad guy. No, he's not. And, you know, I tried to give some time to let it simmer. And, you know, I reached out, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I will, you know, credit should be given where credit's due. Okay, I'm the one that lashed out at him. Okay, I got into his live and started calling him out. Obviously, I think I was in the right place doing it. But, you know, he's entitled to believe what he believes. And, you know, that's something, you know, that we need to understand is we don't hate people because they have a difference of opinion. We need to end the hate and bring on the unity. We need to love our fellow man and one another. Mr. Zines with the 20 Let 'em Cooks and Nate with 3 goats. Thank you very much. Let's do a new goal. Let's do an easy one. All right, we're going to do heart me's. We're going to do heart me's. We need 1 heart me. Obviously, you can only send 1 a day. Okay, we got another heart me there. Let's do another one. Let's do another heart me. The heart me's are the best thing that you can send. If everybody sends out heart me, Nate will tell you. Nate knows how it works. I don't quite know, but I know it works. Let's see here, chat. What do we got? Let's see. Big baller. He cooks, bro. But he does say some questionable things like we all do. Agreed. Agreed. No one's perfect, man. I'm not perfect. I know I'm pretty dang good at calling the charts, but I'm not perfect. But I'm pretty dang close to with my TA. Big baller with the money gun. Thank you very much, buddy. TikTok seller with the 8 roses. Thank you so much. I'm wondering where Mega is. I guess he's still got a couple minutes. Mega's got a couple minutes. I know he's a busy guy. I'm hoping that he's punctual. Kodak with the ice cream cone. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's get another heart me goal here. Let's do another heart me. 1 heart me. Let's do it. Boom. Heart me. Censored by TikTok with 25 corn. Thank you so much. You guys are freaking incredible. It's okay to have opinions, but not state opinions as facts, you know. I agree. And that's why we have a fact checker here, because I sometimes get on a roll and I have to be reeled back in. Goat, you ever tried the trenches? What do you mean the trenches? Memes? Meme coin world. Ooh, I'm scared, bro. I got too much to lose. I am scared. You all know me. I'm a chicken trader. I trade like a chicken. Everybody send chickens if they got chickens you can send. We need some chickens in the chat, y'all. Chat, send me some chickens because I'm a chicken. Let me see here. Do we got a chicken? Yep, we got a chicken. Yeah, we're having fun. Let's look at this. Oh, look at that. We're opening a green candle on Zebic. That's a good sign. Let's hope it stays green, because this is a bit of a descending channel here. This has a potential to pop back up, but will it double top or will it end? So if you missed taking profits, you're going to get a second opportunity, I think. But these coins like this are very volatile, especially when it pumps hard like this, it dumps hard. But I think it's got more in the tank. And that's because Bitcoin's got more in the tank. Bitcoin's got more. Check the volume. I don't know how to do that on here. I can do it on my phone. I gotta learn how to do that on here. You can't fake volume. Let me see. I think I got a volume indicator. RSI divergence indicator. Moving average, convergence, divergence. Oh, price volume trend. Here we go. There's no data. There's no PVT. Have you seen Fartcoin? Oh man, I love Fartcoin. I'm a big fan of some Fartcoin, baby. Send it. Send some farts my way, baby. It's just called volume. You know, I got the free version of TradingView because I'm cheap. You all know I'm cheap. You seen how I trade? Let's look at some farts right now. Fartcoin. Woo! Woo, baby! Fartcoin is showing a bearish structure, but it's still pumping. But these meme coins like this, man, they'll do something. You know, these are harder to chart, but I would say this one's about tapped out. 162, 163. Let's look at Butthole Coin. Butthole Coin. Where was Butthole Coin? USDC. Yeah, Butthole Coin is a solid buy. This is solid right here. Your entry point's going to be at 007 to 0065. So right where it's at, or any lower, this is going to be a good one. So go slip into some butthole, guys. Oh, we got flagged. We got flagged. It's a coin, TikTok. It's a coin. Let's see here. Do we got an emoji for this one? Does that look about right? Let's see here. I'm wondering where Mega's at. I hope he didn't forget. I know he's busy. Apple bottom. He went live? Oh, okay, so maybe I need to send him an invite. Let me see here. I've never... Yeah, he's not in my people I can invite. I wonder if I'm supposed to go on his live. I'm going to message him right now. Oh, can't watch lives because you're live on another device. Dang. Somebody go hop into Mega's live and remind him where he's supposed to be. He told me to tell you he can't join because age restriction. He doesn't know what that means. What? What the heck? That's crazy. What about guest? Hop on there and tell him to come on as a guest. I'm going to send him a guest invite. Dang. What a bummer, man. Aw. Well, shoot. Now I'm bummed out. Well, can't be that bummed because you know what? The markets are looking bullish as hell. Bitcoin looks good. Let's look at Bitcoin on a lower time frame. Man, I didn't put much of a show together because I assumed I was going to be talking with Mega. So we're going to look into some coins then. Look, Bitcoin is flatlined right now. But that's a bull flag, baby. That's a bull flag. See, flat top. Bitcoin's about to pump, y'all. Bitcoin is about to pump any minute now. Yeah, we're going to go over some new coins. These are recommended by ChatGPT based off of utility and market cap and based off of technical analysis that they are at low positions. He's ending his live hopping in. Good. Yay. I almost cried a little bit. What? Mega's on? Let me see here. All right, Mega Crypto is coming. What is going on, Mega?
Yo.
Welcome,
What's going on, man? Let me put my headphones in real quick.
Yeah.
Just so we don't have any echo in case.
Thanks for coming on, buddy. I got a Shimoji for XRP.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you like the Verizon guy. What's going on, buddy?
That's a throwback.
I know, right? You know what's
he defected over to a different company though.
Right? And you know what? They're trying to say that he was Mandela effect here, you know, rabbit hole alert. They're trying to say that he was black. They did the same thing with Jake from State Farm.
They're trying to say that the guy that was doing the "Can you hear me now?" was black.
Yeah, I'll have to pull it up one of these lives.
Like they're saying he was, or they're changing him to one?
No, the original guy was supposedly black.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I know, right? And we all clearly know it's the white guy with the glasses, dark hair.
Did they maybe like switch him out after like one commercial?
I don't know, but they're trying to say that he was always black and never was who we all remember him to be. Isn't that crazy?
We never.
I'm
That is
telling you,
so weird.
it's a government psyop, bro. They're trying to change our past
Switching, yeah.
to see what they can get away with. 1984, man, they did that in 1984. Did you ever read that
Yeah.
book? You know,
George Orwell?
George Orwell. Yes.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to actually share this out on my my stories.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've been stuck in a shadowing ever since I got restricted for 6 days. So much appreciated to you, Mega, for coming through. Yeah, double tap, send in those gifts for Mega Crypto. TikTok seller with the 27 roses. Nate with a heart me. TikTok seller with the hand hearts. Caroline with the rose. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the gifts. TikTok seller with another 15 roses. Thank you so much. So what's going on, man?
My poor phone. My poor phone's just overheating like crazy.
Oh, I know.
My
I love
goodness.
using the computer now. Like, I don't even have to worry about the phone anymore. You know what's crazy
Yeah.
is?
I do like the phone, though, for some reason.
Yeah.
It's more robust.
I like the phone because I do investigative journalism. I go out and I interview people and stuff. I like using the phone for that. I got the gimbal for it and everything, so it does like the AI tracking. And by the way, thank you to
Oh, that's cool.
Sweetwater and DJI for that equipment. We couldn't have done it without you. And so, yeah, we've been doing. I'm working on a new show right now. It's going to be on YouTube exclusively. We got 2 more new shows that we're building. And TikTok
Nice.
seller wants to jump in. Maybe after Mega comes in, buddy. But yeah, we're growing as far as a show, but man, we're not really reaching much because TikTok, I got hit with misinformation about a week ago because I was talking about cyber attacks. Hopefully we don't get 86 right now. That they were possible and could happen and how to prepare. And they took that from me, and now I can't sell wallets either.
Wait, you can't sell wallets?
No, I used to have... What the heck is that? Oh, that is cool. It's like a dragon. Mr. Zines, thank you for the dragon crown.
Yeah, it's a cool dragon one.
I've never gotten
Nice.
that before. Guinea Marie, thank you for the Let 'em Cook. Guinea Marie with the 9 lightning bolts and the 7 goats and the 4 roses. And Jessica, thank you for the 3 heart puffs. All right, man. So let's talk some TA on XRP here, right? So
Yeah.
I got, as you know, I was spamming your chat earlier today in the live. And
It's all good.
this looks like a textbook diamond bottom to me here. And I think at minimum, we're going to pump to 250 to 255, but I potentially see us going up to 280. That's the next
Yeah, that's
strong resistance point. I think if we can break 255, 260, we should be in the clear as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping. Bitcoin's in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts?
I agree with you, man. I agree. I think we've seen like a nice reversal happen where, I mean, you and I both, as well as many others, saw this dropping to the downside plenty of different times. Not that we won't ever have downsides, but I thought we were going to see some downside much earlier than what we're seeing right now. You know, like we're seeing where it looked like a Head and Shoulders, especially on the 12-hour daytime frame, right? You're almost like in that last pit, the second pit there that you were just pointing in.
Yeah,
But it looked like a Head and Shoulders there, when it was going to drop down to about 210, but then it really held tight right in that zone there. And
it
so I
really
know a
did.
lot of people are upset and sad that XRP is not booming like ZBCN is. However, we're technically still doing pretty good for seeing it hold, because that Head and Shoulders are a strong pattern, and
Very.
we've seen it work out plenty of times, and they always, even if it's not the full amount, it still usually pushes, in that general direction. Even if it takes an extra day or two, sometimes you'll see it resolve after a couple of days. It doesn't happen like right away. Seen that happen before too with XRP on the way up, and so it's just interesting to see that it kind of got stifled there, and it makes me think that some big money's kind of entering in at this moment, especially seeing those sweeps up under larger time frames, where that diamond shape is that you're pointing out.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, Brooke? Thank you for the gifts, by the way, guys. Appreciate that.
Oh, Brooke. Brooke tried to come in on the chat. You want me to bring her in, or you want to just go you and me right now?
Oh, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do, man. Brooke's awesome. She has a lot of great insights and information. She's like a history, currency, world currency, historical nerd, but like not in a bad way.
Okay,
not in a bad way, Brooke.
I definitely, Brooke, send me another invite. I want to bring you on. Let's talk about that because I do have some insight to currency as well. We've talked about it on your show a little bit. But if you go into the lower time frame here on XRP, let's go with the 5 minute. This is an ascending broadening wedge, which is a low time frame. So that means our entry point is coming. So if you haven't gotten in yet, we should be potentially dropping down. And Mega, I told you I was.
This?
What's that?
Which time frame is this?
This is the 5 minute.
Okay. I usually don't watch anything lower than 1 hour.
So
just because I don't really like enter in like smaller zones,
Right. So
but you were saying?
When I'm looking to enter, I'm looking at low time frames.
Yeah.
And exiting as well. When I'm watching the market and I'm just sitting and waiting for things to happen, I'm watching the 1 hour and the 1 day. So
yeah.
For those of you who are looking for an entry point, this is a bearish pattern, very textbook forming right here. This is an ascending broadening wedge, as you can see, and this should bring it down, okay? And so I wanted to go over kind of like how I read the candles, because I know you use a lot of indicators. I don't use indicators at all. I use trend lines and candles. Mm-hmm. So we've kind of talked about this a little bit before. So here, you can see in the lower time frame, because we know that it's probably not going to go much lower than where it's at, because it's about on its leg to take off as far as a diamond bottom. I would say that we're getting ready to open that candle that's going to take it off. So what I'm looking at right here is we have this pattern and we know it's going to come down. So I'm like, okay, where's our entry zone? Obviously, so we're looking at these candles where they have these flat spots, right? And we look over here and we see the wick here as well. And we come back over and we see this double line right here and this one over here. And that is how I read where it's going to land to. And that's usually where the wick lands. So I'm saying 241 on the dot right there. And I would say 241.07 just to make sure it hits as far as low side. Your high side would be up here on these candles, because see, we have this wick where it drove the price down.
Yeah.
And then you see where these meet right here, they're at about that same level, and it lines up with this support, I would call this right here. And it kind of lines up over here. So I would say high side would be 241.85. But somewhere around 241, that's going to be your entry zone. We should be dropping out. However, because Bitcoin's doing crazy stuff, it could potentially take off from here. So what do you think about what I just laid out there?
I love the way that you do it. I mean, it's definitely different than how I do it. I do read candles, but if I'm going to read candles on like a longer time frame like that, I mean, not that that's a super long time that you're looking at right there from beginning to end, from left to right. However, I usually simplify as much as possible by just making the candles bigger, you know, just going to a little bigger time frame. So that's my usual method that I take, more so just to make it more simpler for my brain. And then I do like indicators, but I've been trying to just knock them out a little more as far as like not relying on them as much, and focus more on the actual candle reading and the patterns. That way it's a little more reliable on myself rather than some other form of information, you know? And then also not just that, but the indicators, a lot of people don't realize they do lag, you know? A lot of the indicators, it's information that has already passed. And so although it's good to have that information, if you're ready to make a move, if you're trying to read something that's coming down the line, it's going to be harder to do when you're reading an indicator that's telling you the past, you know, rather than what's happening in that current moment or going to happen soon.
Agreed.
So, but when you're looking at this, right, I want to kind of like pick your brain a little bit, because I really do like the way you do this. I like how you're not relying on a lot of indicators. What do you look at first? Like, are you looking for patterns first? Are you looking for just certain candles? Are you looking for points of potential where, you know, it's hitting bottoms and tops? Like, what's your go-to method at the start, like right when you see it?
Okay, so first thing I do is so I'll start on the 1 day. Okay, so I'll bring up XRP for instance, because you know we've been all about XRP here. I'm looking at the day here, and I'm seeing the patterns, right? What has it been doing? It's been doing a head and shoulders here, to an inverted head and shoulders here, to another head and shoulders here, and then this potentially could have been another head and shoulders. So I see that it's kind of stuck in this trend of head and shoulders after head and shoulders after head and shoulders. And usually it does it about 3 times. So we got 1, 2, 3.
Like an Elliott wave?
Yeah. And so when it's done that, it can potentially do the same thing again. And that's why I was wary, because this was textbook right here.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. However, now we have a textbook diamond bottom. So what I do is I'm watching, and I'm like, okay, if it's going to break down from here, I'm going to watch the trend lines now. So I've got my trend lines here. I plot the wicks because we catch wicks on this. As you can see, we've caught 163 right here. And I called that back in January 30th. That was the first time I posted that we were going to 163 would be the absolute bottom before we turned upward. And that's exactly what it's done right here. And that was months ahead of time. And that's because reading the candle, okay, coming over here and seeing where this big green candle, where's it going to stop? Right here at the top of that red wick. That's 163. And that's exactly where it bottomed out at. So
let me ask you this: when you're doing that fair value gap on the left side there, the November flag push up, right? Are you combining your fair value gaps between different candles, or do you usually? Because I know some people do that. They'll combine multiple candles into one, as long as they're all, you know, it's all green.
What I do is I start in the day, and then I come back down to the hour, and I look at the same thing, right? And I'm looking for the pattern now, okay? And I see the double top right here. And I say, okay, that's a double top. And I said it would potentially hit 160, but you always want to add a few cents to make sure it hits. And because we did, if you'd have put 160, you wouldn't have hit it. And so we went for the tip of the candle. But what I'm looking for is the first pattern where that candle is. What is it? Right? And so it's obviously a head and shoulders, but it's the double top. So because
can you expand that a little bit? It's hard for me to see.
Sorry.
All good. Okay, I see it there now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, this right here was a of resistance. So now that it's above it, it's a strong point of support. And what I'm doing is I'm like, okay, the bottom is 160 right there. That's that double top right there. But we want to add to it to make sure it hits. So 163.19. And that was perfect, on the money.
Yeah, great call on that, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. But that's how I did it. That's how I picked it. And so we can follow this, right? And so we came to 163. We pumped up a little bit. We double bottomed, and then we came up, right? And then I called this one. This was the diamond top pattern that formed. And everyone thought we were going to the moon right here, that it was going to go crazy. And
that's all I was hearing too.
Yeah, and I was like, this is a diamond top. It will come down, okay? So I look at the pattern here. Let me blow it up so you can see. All right? I look at the pattern, and I see where the last point of support was. So obviously there's this little spot, but there's nothing else to really back it up. There is over here, but nothing like right here in this inverted head and shoulders in its pattern to back it up. So I'm looking in the pattern for those wicks where it has that line to back it up. And then we find that line. It's right here at 202, but then we add in the wicks to make sure to see where it hits, and look where the bottom of it is right where that wick is at.
I gotta start reading the candles more, man.
Yeah.
I gotta start reading the candles more. Honestly, like I said, my methodology is, because I'm not looking for an instant place to hop in necessarily. I'm just looking for general areas to DCA. And so for me, I'm not looking for the instant what's going to be happening over the next few hours or so, more so 24 to 48 hours instead. And so I love that you're showing this and kind of walking us through this, because for me personally, this is something I need to work on more, is just learning how to read the candles a lot better, like their combination with each other, how they bounce off each other, as far as like when you have different combos of different candles, it really can make a difference. And then also, how's the news affecting it?
Yes.
The news is greatly affecting everything. And so when you see some candles stifled, and then you're okay, I understand what this candle means. I understand what this candle means. What do they mean together? You know what I mean? That's areas I need to brush up on and learn more on myself.
I'm trying to find an indication of a pattern where we were going to do something else, and then the news turned it around. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. So my thought, man, and I know you and I are pretty similar as far as like, at least somewhat in agreement as far as like the general direction price can go. And I think we've both been on that same mentality that, we thought it was going to hit the top and then drop back down to the lower zones. It's not that I don't think that we'll ever never have those open doors. I believe we still have that open door until we're truly reversed. But did you expect this as well, or no? This push up over the past I would say 6 days, 5 days.
So I expected us to head and shoulders and come down. So X marks the spot. If you've been watching the show, we use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw you say that the other day.
Right. So let me come out to the 1 day, because you can see it a little bit better. It's a little more accurate. The day candles always. So we were right here, okay? And I was like, the moon cycle, And I told everybody in the live, hey, we're about to go into a full moon and we should pump until the full moon, which was May 12th. And that's the day here, May 12th. Now, I said 160. It did 165, but that's pretty good. So
Yeah.
from 212 to 260, excuse me. So we didn't quite get it, but we didn't call the top of the candle. We called near the top of the wick. And that was based on the noon cycle to the day. Because I knew that the full moon was on May 12th. And then look at our second day candle, the top of its wick was 260. So it was still somewhat accurate as far as the entire bull push. But the top wick at the end, that was your exit point, because there's a potential that it gets here.
It double wicked, right?
And yeah. So there's a potential that it gets right here and then it flags or something and it breaks out. So,
yeah.
We keep that open, but basically the entire bull push that we had through here was basically ended at 260. And that the 60 came from right here.
Yeah.
Right here. So that's what we're doing, is we're looking here at where it will potentially go and then looking over to the candle that it lines up with. And then that's our mark. But as you
How
can
far back do you usually look when it comes to that, though?
I
Is
look
there a
at
certain distance
thing.
back where you're just like, even all the way back to like previous years?
No, just
Or-
this cycle.
That's what I mean. I didn't know if like you look back to like the previous bull cycle and whatnot, or
No, one
anything
cycle.
along those lines.
Every cycle is somewhat different. History doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. So each cycle is somewhat different. Now, as you can see, look at all this super flat spot right here. This is right at 226. This zone right here, 226 to $2, is just a nasty zone. You cannot do much prediction anywhere in here. It's basically a consolidation zone. Once you get into that area, it doesn't matter what pattern you see, what you're going to see. It's just going to bounce in between there. And
that's why you're thinking why we've been kind of still on the side, even though we had all that great news.
Right. Bitcoin pumped, other coins pumped, but we ran sideways because of that resistance that XRP has to break through. And part of
Which
that
is good, though, because we need to get past it anyway, right?
Right, but not only are we getting past it, we're turning those points of resistance into strong points of support now.
Exactly.
So, yes. So that's a big deal. That's why when XRP does officially break out, if it breaks past 280, it's going to shoot to $3 very quickly. And I would say,
because the resistance has slowed down, you're saying, or at least lightened up.
Right, but once it hits $3, the next point of resistance is all-time high.
Yeah.
And after that, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
You know,
Price discovery.
Yeah, it could go way higher. I got the
What are you thinking? The moon cheese?
Yeah, I think about 360 maybe or $4, 380
before significant pullback, you're thinking?
If it just continues
itself.
in an upward trend, it must get a correction.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you kind of wanted a correction as well, because otherwise then we're just going to have a straight fall down.
Right. What I want is I want to see XRP pump to 280, come back down, play out this ascending channel, break down into here, and then shoot up again. That's what I think is potential. And this is a textbook pattern right here. Seeing this right here, this is textbook. And this would be a cup and handle if it does that, which would send it back to $3. But I have a feeling that if we do not continue to pump through May, June, July, then we're going to stay below $3.
Just ride it sideways for a while.
Right. But if we can break upward out of this bearish trend, because it is moving up, but this is still a bearish pattern. If we can break this bearish pattern, we're going to see $5. We're going to see, $8 possibly by November.
What do you think happens if Ripple is to acquire Circle? Do you think that would actually cause a pump, just speculative?
Okay, let me tell you this right now. I don't think that's going to ever happen. And that's because
Antitrust?
I'll tell you why. Coinbase and Circle have an agreement where they can't enter into any contract or anything without Coinbase's consent. And if
isn't a sell-off completely different though? Like if they're joining into partnership, that's one thing. But isn't a complete sell-off one thing or another thing? I mean,
I'm pretty much leaning towards the only way Ripple's getting it is with a hostile takeover, because Coinbase wants it, and they can't do anything unless Coinbase approves it. So Coinbase is going to have to get something out of it. Why do you think the price is so high? Because they have to buy out Coinbase from their contract to get them to agree. So I think more or less that all of that is a show for XRP to get it to pump, because Ripple has changed their escrow, and they're releasing more XRP than they've ever done in the past. I think it was 500 billion in April, right? April 2nd was 500 billion, and then it was like 300 billion in May. And what they're doing is they are moving. This is where the manipulation's coming from with XRP and why these zones are being so difficult. And I think it's intentional by Ripple to create that support to fill those orders, but also for them to have the money to acquire things like Circle or do whatever, pay their fines, whatever it is they have to deal with, keep their lights on. So what they're doing is, and I covered this on another live, but we will have to talk about it some more and send you the info. But there you can track, you can track where the money has been sent to and how much. And there are two separate wallets that are connected directly from the Ripple escrow. So the exact amount of what it was released from escrow was released into two separate wallets that are private wallets, and they unload a little bit at the beginning of the month, right? Pay their bills, whatever. And then those wallets are leaking it out into the market consistently, daily. That's why you're seeing such major price suppression.
Yeah.
And I believe it's all Ripple. I firmly believe that the future is CBDCs and is stable coins. And what I believe they're trying to do is cash out as much of this stuff, because once this new legislation gets passed, once all the regulations are set in place, I think you're going to see the death of a lot of these coins. Yes, they'll still have purpose and utility, but their main function is going to be like gas fees and things like that.
What's the whole thing with the escrow being changed? I heard you say that before, but my understanding is that they have 1 billion released at the beginning of each month. At least this is what they were doing. And then they couldn't change or alter anything on those different contracts for the escrow. You're saying that they changed it?
So I had the article. I'll pull it up and we'll do it. We'll go into it a little more.
You don't have to do it right now. I was just curious.
No. Yeah.
Top of your head or whatever.
I could probably get the fact checker. Hey, can you look up the Ripple escrow for me and find out what the facts are on how they changed the way they release it. There was an article we covered about a week or so ago. I think the title was called How Ripple Changed Their Escrow, something like that. Let me know and I'll chime you in. Just put in the chat when you're ready with it. Okay, so
Just know that you have that.
yeah, it helps a lot.
That's like your Diet Coke button.
Yeah. I got them mic'd in today as well. So as soon as they're ready, they'll come in and give the information. But what were we talking about? What was the question?
The escrow.
Oh yeah,
and the changing of it.
Right. So this nice little green candle right here, and if you were watching the show, you were able to get in at the low price of $225 right before it inverts head and shoulders, and we pumped. So the subscribers to the channel got to catch this green candle, and this green candle paid for the studio. We got about $16K invested into building all this, but this candle was Brad Garlinghouse's interview where he announced that the case had been dropped, remember, on the news or whatever, which was a bull-faced lie. None of it was true. And it was convenient that came out the day Fed didn't drop the rate and we got a nice pullback from it. I think that was on purpose because we were supposed to drop to about 180, 170-ish that day, but they turned it around. So this is a prime example of how Ripple manipulates things through the news on purpose right before certain events because they're trying to keep the price inflated. Now, in that interview, he stated that they were, go back and listen to it, and he stated that they were going to be restructuring the way that they do the escrow. All right. And then he stated either right before or right after that they were talking about going public with an IPO. Now, I started trading with IPOs, and they are pump and dumps. That's what an IPO is. It's a way to hype it up, pump the price, and then the owner of the majority of the stock unleashes and sells off their stock at a higher price in order to fund the business, right? That's how it's done. It's a fundraising
is what you mean.
Yeah. It's a fundraiser event. You become their exit liquidity, but it's like a meme coin run. You're same exact idea. Yeah. So when he said that they were looking to go public, and then he said that we were looking to change the structure of how they do the escrow, that was a firm indication for me. I was like, okay, XRP is about to dump, because that means that they need money. And look, right after that happened, we ran all the way down to that 163 mark. And that's...
You said that when he was talking about IPO? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get the fact checker to send me that video. I guess we can pull it up. Are you ready? Go ahead.
You were talking about the changes in escrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and welcome, Mega. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, so traditionally, Ripple would release 1 billion XRP from escrow and then relock 700 million XRP back into escrow. New method, Ripple now locks 700 million XRP into escrow before releasing the 1 billion XRP each month. This shift occurred in March, April, and May of 2025, suggesting a potential change in release strategy. The speculation is the timing change has led to speculation about Ripple's focus on managing market liquidity and controlling the XRP supply distribution. Ripple hasn't publicly explained the reason for the timing change, leaving market participants to speculate about market conditions and internal policy adjustments.
There you have it from the horse's mouth.
Wow.
So yeah, they're
That's cool.
they're restructuring everything, and you can follow the money. Money will tell you everything. You can see where the money is going because it adds up to the exact amount that they're releasing, and they're moving it into these wallets. And I believe it's two separate wallets. And I believe what they're doing is slowly releasing it instead of dumping it all.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. I appreciate you pointing it out because, like, for the longest time, you know, it's been one way. It's interesting that they're starting to change it up. And also, I don't know if necessarily I would say concerning, but it is definitely something I want to pay attention to. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It
And
could be a
so
good
for
thing, it could be a bad thing.
Exactly. Yeah. It also depends on their intentions, right? What's the intentions behind it? You know, I would like to say I kind of trust Brad Garlinghouse, but also, I mean, there's a lot of people that seem trusting, and then next day they change. You know, so hopefully, you know, things are going in the right direction. But we're also trusting billion-dollar companies, you know, to make right decisions. But the thing is, it's also not for us. You know, like it's not necessarily for us.
What's best for Ripple is what's best for Ripple. They care about the shareholders or the owners, whatever. They care about their pocket. They don't care about you and me, the holders of XRP. They don't care about that. What they care about is gaining money to fund their project, you know?
Yeah.
And so they're going to do what's in the best interest of Ripple and not what's in the best interest of the people or XRP.
And I hear you. I hear you with that. And when I first got into XRP, I didn't want to believe that. Just like, you know, 4 years ago, I didn't want to believe that. But as time goes on, you start to realize, hey, you know, this is kind of like you're kind of fundraising what they're doing. You know, the community here, retail, even whales. You know, they're part of the whole thing. Even if they're buying up and selling and whatnot, they're still part of the system of potentially being involved with funding whatever it is that's going on, hoping that we're going to get, you know, a nice upside of it. But the truth of it is nothing's ever 100%, just like in charting, you know, and things can definitely take a different turn. So it's always good to keep those things in mind. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up, man, about the escrow. It's making me think.
You know, I think Ripple has a bright future, and I think Ripple is going to do things. I just don't, everyone thinks it's happening right now, this bull run, all this stuff. This stuff is years out, 2030, man. So like, if you think you're going to buy XRP at $3 and hold it, it's going to come back down to, you know, 75 cents potentially or lower eventually, you know. And I think what Ripple's trying to do is create $2 as a firm bottom for XRP.
Okay.
But I think that people are waking up to the idea that $10,000 XRP is not happening this year. And too many people were spoon-fed that moon cheese. As you can see, I got cheese up here instead of a moon.
You need to have like you ever use Firefly, Adobe? You can have it like make letters out of like a certain like style of something. But if you had $10,000 in moon cheese, that'd be awesome.
I'll have my IT guy work on that for sure. Joe Bandito says 75 cents, laughing my ass off. You know,
nothing's impossible.
Yeah, it is definitely.
We were up at 340 and people were like, we're never going down below $2 ever again.
Look at
you know what I mean?
Look at previous cycles. These are cycles. They run up, they run down, they run up, they run down. And I would say that 75 cents is a good mean position. I think it's more likely somewhere around $1 because there are a lot of people that are just going to diamond hand the shit out of this. You and me are a couple of them, you know what I mean? Like, but I have always accumulated down here. Okay. As you all know, I first got into XRP down here, and I've accumulated along this bottom line over the years. When it runs up is when I take my profits. Now, this first bull run, I was a noob in crypto, and I thought, oh, I'm a millionaire. I'm about to be a billionaire. I'm going to hold on to this thing. I thought I was going to be a billionaire.
Euphoria.
Yeah. And I believed in all of it. And I just kept holding it as it kept going down. I kept buying, DCing, buying the dip all the way down. And it burned me. It burned me hard. And I lost most of my profits, if not lost money because of it. So I learned my lesson, and I bought along here, and then I took, when it came up here, I pulled out of the market. I got out and I held my money, and when it ran back here, I kept putting it in. And even when this pumped right here, I think this was August 2023 or July 2023, I didn't pull it because I was like, that's not a pump. I just waited and continued to hold. But as soon as we pumped here, and here's the thing is, we pumped because Donald Trump got elected, right? We ran up here and it started coming down, and I held it. I was like, no, I don't think this is the end because he hasn't been inaugurated yet. And so I was like, I'm going to hold until he gets inaugurated. As soon as he got inaugurated, we pumped up here and we reached, that all-time high, and I took my profits right here. And then we started getting the tariff news, and I exited the market. And then boom, we dropped down, and I was like, you know what? If this thing recovers here again and comes back down, I was like, this is a Head and Shoulders. And that's when I got on the show with you, and we talked about it the first time we spoke. And I think
when was that? That was February?
That was, I want to say that your live, that would have been like February 18th, maybe.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. It was midweek.
So in crypto, we go way back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've been homies for a while, man. I love and appreciate your show, man, and you as a person.
No, thank you. Same. I really do appreciate you, man. I appreciate your perspectives. At first, when I first got into doing this, there was an ego in my mind. As much as I fought it, there was still an ego, like trying to look good for people, trying not to, oh, I know this or know that. And then it just got to a point where I was like, why am I doing this? Like, what do I have to prove to people? Here's the support. Here's the resistance. If you like it, cool. If you don't, whatever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And the reality of it is, honestly, when I opened up my Discord and I started saying, hey, here's an analysis channel, feel free to throw whatever you want in there, that helped me to kind of let go of that ego mentality of thinking like I had to have all the answers myself, and started relying on community to be like, hey, what are you seeing? Hey, what are you seeing? Just kind of seeing different people's perspectives. Not everyone will get it. Not everyone understands quite, and they might be just starting out, but it still is awesome seeing different perspectives. And like we talked about at the beginning here of your live stream, your methodology is different than what I do, but sometimes we can come up with the same scenarios of what we think is going to happen. And it's just kind of cool to see how that works out. And there's different names for different patterns, that are the same pattern, which is, right. So it's just being self-taught in this as well myself. It's just something where I had to just let go of and just accept, hey, I don't know everything. And this is an awesome process for me to be able to grow more as an individual. I'd rather grow than stay stagnant in my own methods. You know what I mean?
Right. And I learned my lesson here, this prior bull cycle, everyone was saying, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. It'll come back up. And I bought it all the way down.
Buy the dip.
Yeah. and like, I learned my lesson a long time ago. Getting ready to thank you for the hat and mustache. I learned my lesson a long time ago that the key to making this real is to take the profits and to reinvest them lower. That's how you grow. And if you're just buying it, throwing it in there and trying to forget about it, there is money to be made over the long term, but people become wealthy and rich and millionaires from crypto by trading it because of its volatility. Volatility is what makes you rich in crypto, not by just buying the bottom and holding it. So I do like to I do like to buy the bottom, take my profits out, but I also look for zones on the way down. I want to buy those low bottoms and ride it back up again, because that's how you grow your bag. And people think that, oh, I'm just going to put $100 in this and forget about it and come back in a few years and I'll be a millionaire. It don't work like that.
Yeah.
The money is made because of the volatility.
Let me ask you this. So when it comes to XRP specifically, I know that your belief, obviously, it almost takes a faith, right, to believe like those high numbers, and I'm in that realm. I'm fine with that. And I know there's kind of like a divide within the community for XRP on whether it's going to go to these high numbers or low numbers. But even though you might think that it's not going to those high numbers, do you personally, obviously you don't have to tell me how much or whatever, but do you personally still have like a moon bag just in case? Or do you just kind of treat it as in like, it's just whatever it is and I just trade short term?
So anything that I hold, I keep a moon bag. Anything.
Okay.
You're going to...
I was just curious because I know some people are like all the way in or all the way out. And I'm like, that's, but if it does go off,
Right, exactly. And what I say for people is if you have a moon bag, your moon bag should be accumulated down. Let me move this over so you can see. It should be accumulated down here. This is where you're
that's
building.
My moon bag.
Yeah, this is where you build your moon bag right here. Okay, you're not building a moon bag up here. This is not the place to be doing that.
That's you're trying to catch up to something that's slipping.
Right, exactly. And it's like, oh, I missed it. Don't worry. There'll be another one. And I have a feeling that the next one isn't going to be 4 years from now. It's going to be annually or every other year, something like, and they're going to get more and more often. And the bull runs will keep coming. The prices will keep pushing on whatever is going to be taking over in the crypto space. They will continue to grow and grow and grow. And eventually it will get to a point where the volatility is gone. And, and it stabilizes like the stock market, Yeah.
And then a 5% move over months is going to be an amazing move.
Exactly. So everyone's like, oh, I just need to put it in there and forget about it. No, you need to take advantage of the volatility if you didn't get in here. And the fact that we're on the verge of World War III, we're in a tariff war, costs of goods are going up, and all these things are happening. As far as markets go, and we covered this in another live, in history, it's shown that markets always recover after something like this. But what happens is they become very volatile. And that's opportunity. Volatility is opportunity. And that's what I'm trying to, show people with all of this is that we need to take advantage, because I think we've got less than 3 to 5 years to take advantage of the volatility before it's gone.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too. We're obviously seeing it even this cycle. Things have been changing a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, politics and whatnot and economics are playing a big role in it. But regardless of that, institution, whoever's the big holders, are still using it to their advantage to move the market however they want to. And so we're kind of in this position where we're seeing not quite the same type of bull that we're expecting. And then you have the hype people, like you said before, who are saying, XRP is going to be $10,000 every other week, and it's just kind of nuts to see a lot of the retail market being thrown around back and forth just because they, you watch videos here and there and you just kind of get thrown off, as just a regular Joe Schmo working. You want to make it good, you want to pay for a family, medical, debts, whatever it might be. And then you have these people that are just hyping it up where it's like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. And I do agree with people, but I do agree with you and others where they say, a lot of stuff has to happen for XRP to hit really high numbers. And it's almost like things just have to align just right. And it takes faith to believe that too, right? It takes faith to believe that too. But I think that we still have a great run on the short term, like to some numbers you were talking about, like $5, $10 and whatnot, is definitely doable. But when it comes to those bigger numbers, we need a lot of stuff to change, because it's not just speculation anymore at that point. We need like actual utility to play out. We need to see world adoption. And people don't realize it takes time. You're changing the entire system of the entire world that has been one way for millennia.
I know, right? Some of the people that I coach, when they first started out, with the coaching, they would get nervous about being out of the market. And I'm like, you should be nervous being in the market right now. Everything is being tossed in the air.
It's all confusing.
Yeah. I'm just like,
Nervous
learn
or like anxious?
Yeah, anxious, like they're going to miss out on something. I'm like, don't worry, you're going to miss out on
FOMO,
losing your bag. That's what you're going to miss out on, And it, it's crazy, all of the misinformation and things that they're feeding people. Take, for instance, the proposal on the SEC website. We read that, and I looked at who wrote it. I think it's Maxwell. Can we get a fact check on who wrote the proposal for the XRP proposal on the SEC website? But yeah, this guy, he's just the guy that wrote it is just a random technical analysis guy. He has nothing to do with the SEC, nothing to do with the government, no connections. He has everything to gain as a holder of XRP to submit this, but he's not anyone of any sustenance. Fact checker, I'm gonna turn your mic on if you're ready. No, I don't think they're ready yet. But yeah, the SEC proposal, it has nothing to do with the SEC. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the comprehensive proposal XRP as a strategic financial asset for the U.S. was authored by Maximilian Staudinger. While the document appears on the SEC website, it's important to note that the SEC allows public submissions and does not necessarily endorse these proposals as official policies, as clarified by Staudinger himself. So he's just the everyday Joe writing whatever he wants.
Right. He's just
exactly
a random guy. And that's where a lot of the speculation came from, that it was going to be adopted and all these different things. And the speculation of these big numbers from replacing Swift and all that, that's where it all really stemmed from. And it was just misinformation. It's been misinformation after misinformation.
You know who it was?
Yeah.
You know who it is, right? All
Who?
the crypto bros.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like
And-
all the different influencers, just like, dude, chill. Read the documents.
Yeah. This guy is literally his job. He's a technical analysis guy. He's a crypto bro. Like that's all he is. He's nothing. And the fact that people were getting roped into that, I was like, we got to start doing the news and we got to start fact checking all this stuff. And that's when I was like, all right, we're bringing on a team and we're building all this stuff, because this is a problem. The fake news is a problem, especially for XRP. I don't know if you want to stick around, but I got a little bit of XRP news here.
Yeah, I got some more time. I don't know how much more time I have, but I'll definitely stick around for a little longer.
Well, here, I want to give you a
I
prime
need to get
example.
my walk in. I need to get my walk in. So if you don't mind me huffing and puffing in a little background.
Yeah, go ahead. Get those steps in, bro. Hey, I lost like 40
gotta stay
pounds.
healthy,
I lost 40
Nice.
pounds to get on camera.
Since when?
I want to say it's since February, since I started the show.
Dude, I'm so proud of you. That's awesome.
Thanks, man. I'm on the Zep
It
bound.
takes a lot. I don't care what method you use. It still is a complete change in your lifestyle.
Well, I was hit by a drunk
what I mean?
driver, and I can't move or do very much physically. So that's part of why I do the show and I sit and watch the charts so much, because I can't do things that are physically demanding of me. So I had to lose the weight because I was putting on weight from not moving around, and I had to find a way because it was causing me so much pain. But I want to bring this up here. So this is from thestreet.com, and just listen to this lady speak. This is about XRP futures ETF launch May 22nd. That's today. So that's an amazing thing that's happened. But listen to what she says. This is the problem. This is misinformation that is getting out there. and see if you can spot what the misinformation is.
I'm sure by now everybody's heard that the SEC has dropped the case against Ripple Labs and their token XRP. This has been all over the news. This lawsuit has been going on for 4+ years. And now with the new administration, which XRP was a huge contributor towards, they are now being released from that lawsuit, not without a $50 million fine. However, everyone is looking to the future. What's coming next? Is it going to go to zero? What kind of applications are we going to see from XRP and Ripple Labs? There's a couple different things they're looking at. Some of those things are a stablecoin functionality. They are looking to develop more smart contract feasibility, and they are really eyeing a competition with SWIFT, the international payment system. So we'll see where it goes.
All right. So, did you catch the
like
misinformation?
AI at first.
No, she's real. I've seen her report. But did you catch the misinformation there?
As far as them being released from the lawsuit?
Yeah, the lawsuit's not over. And,
yeah, a lot of people are saying it is.
Right, and that is the narrative that's going around. And a lot of people, even when Brad Garlinghouse came out and said it, everyone was like, oh, it's over. I'm like, it's not, but we'll get a pump because of it. And then they did it again, and they keep doing it. But nothing is over. And as long as that injunction is in place, nothing will change. Nothing.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. And honestly, it's sad because I wish that Brad would have waited until Torres signed off on it or whatever, like officially done, is out of the way, completed. But also you can kind of take what he said as, is he trying to manipulate the market by what he's saying?
Yes.
Or you know what I mean? Like, so that comes to mind as well. Because the wording of that, where he says it's over, it's done, what else are you supposed to take from that? There's no real other speculation besides it's over. If the person who's in the case says it's over.
All right, so we got a couple of people that got some questions. So I'm going to open the floor to anyone that's got questions for me or Mega. Guinea Marie, why don't you go first? Anybody there? All right, I guess not.
Sure.
I got a bunch of... I'm going to leave Brooke on here, see if Brooke jumps in or not, because I do want to hear from her.
She might be busy.
Yeah.
She's tending to a baby goat a lot of times.
Oh, yeah? I'm a goat.
Yeah, I heard. Well, you're not that goat. So she has like a baby goat. She was like feeding at like the middle of the night.
Got you. All right. So, but the main news to take from this is XRP's first XRP futures ETF to launch May 22nd. Volatility Shares will launch an XRP futures exchange trade fund ETF on May 22nd. Bloomberg senior ETF analyst Eric Blanchunas informed on X. It's the first 1X futures fund linked to XRP and will trade under the XRPL ticker. Blanchus added, good signal that there will be demand for this one. I do believe, though, that futures is a short, if I'm correct. I don't generally do shorts, but if there's a demand for shorts, wouldn't that indicate a downward trend in the market?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot more shorts than longs, there's an anticipation of the market dropping.
Right, and the fact that they put this out like it's bullish news, they have her come on here for this interview and state what she stated, and then they say, oh, this is going to be a demand for this one. People aren't as educated as we are. We know what we're doing, but I would say that 90% of the people who actually get
That's
in.
generous.
Yeah. They get into it. They don't know anything. That's why Bitcoin's pumping, because they don't know what they're buying. You know?
Man. Yeah.
What's
I
up,
say the
Henry?
same thing too. I'm like, it's crazy how many people are not knowing what they're doing. I was like, even if you learn like just the very basics of the technical analysis, you're already going to be ahead of a lot of people. But anyway, what's up, guys?
How's it going, Henry? Kodak, you there?
Yeah.
How's it going, Kodak? You got some questions? Or good to have you on, buddy.
I didn't realize I was on, but nice to be here. Nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, no problem, man. What's going on?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I really enjoyed the show and the comments. It was great listening to both you guys. Definitely.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you, and I really enjoy our back and forth together. I know you've been taking advantage of the coaching one-on-one with me, and I do appreciate you very much, brother.
Were we, one question, were we still supposed to come down 241?
I don't know. I think we already hit that. That was earlier when we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Let me go into the 5 minute here and see what it's doing here. Look, see, it broke structure. So this is a bullish trend, but it broke it, right? So that is your indication that we're about to take off. So
all good. Sounds good.
Yeah, and that's why we're looking at it in the 5 minute to make sure it's going to take off, or if it's going to come back down and give us a better entry zone. But this is this is our indication of a breakout on the upside, breaking a bearish trend. On the upside is a heavy indication that we are going to those high numbers. Not the high numbers, but higher numbers.
What's up, boss?
What's
Mega.
going on, Henry?
What's up,
Can't
man?
wait to see you in Vegas, buddy.
That's it, man. Wednesday, I'll be on a flight, JFK, coming out of New York.
Awesome.
What's happening? What's going on, Mega? How you doing, everybody?
Doing good, man. Just running around.
Running around, spitting the truth.
The whole crew is laughing in the background right now. We all love Henry. Henry's a big supporter of the show, and we appreciate him very much.
My little backstory. I actually, my very first, babe, I'm on. My very first coin I bought back. I was actually in a. I was at a gentleman's club, and I was looking at the time I had no idea about. I didn't have no research. I didn't do anything. There was just no experience or nothing. I didn't even have an account open, and Cardano and Stellar were head to head, at like 6 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 7. In fact, Stellar was actually more than Cardano at the time, and then I don't know what it was. I didn't. There was a couple other ones on there: Litecoin, Monero, and XRP. And I actually don't know if I read an article. I don't know what it was that had me driven to buy XRP. That was what I wanted to buy, and I was like, I'm just going to put 1,000 in. Never know. I knew ETH, and I knew about ETH at the time. I think ETH was trading at like $400 something. It was like 4 or something, and I was drinking. I was trying to convince a guy at the bar about how I didn't know nothing about it. I was just telling him how ETH was like the internet and everything's going to be built upon it. Crazy. It was like $4.50 a coin. And
Wow.
One thing I can remember. So I went home, and I actually got I couldn't open up any account like traditionally like we do now. I had there was this company called Polynex, and it was just through email. And I was able to get my order in, but things were moving, and I don't remember exactly, because when I send the money in, it was $1,000 and it was done through email. It took 30 days for them to respond back to me of what I bought and what I brought. At that, I got my order was transacted on the way going up, got it at 223. It went up to the top, and I think on the way coming down at 223 is when it got transacted, not necessarily on the way up and down, but I think I got it on the way coming down, transacted. By the time they got sent to me and everything else and all the confirmations, it was worth like $300 or $400. And I don't know what took place. I really don't even recall what I did. I just know that I wind up emailing them and just closing the sale of it and taking my loss at the time. And then I got back into the game in April 6th actually of 2020. And I invested $25,000 into Cardano at 3.5 cents. I got 700,000 coins. I had about $1,500 left over. I bought VeChain at the time. It was like I got that at 2 zeros and a 2 zeros and a 3, because it was 2 zeros and a 3, and I got Cardano at 3.5 cents. It was almost like a zero off, and I just made a tremendous amount of money. And
Good for you, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I paid mortgage off. I did a lot of things. Me and my wife, put an addition on our house.
Nice.
We did the whole thing, and then I kind of got into getting into XRP back between 30 cents and 50 cents, like
Nice.
a lot of it, and ever since. And then on this recent going up to 3 whatever now, 330 whatever, 340, it coming back down. I dumped some at 270 and some at 260. And the rest I got rid of under 250, and then I bought back at like between 203 and 209 when I came back in, and I took the whole ride down to 160. I wish I didn't know where, if it was going to go down. I was like, I don't care, I'm not selling. I didn't DC anymore. I basically came all in. So I'm holding a pretty big freaking bag right now, bro. And I'm all. I appreciate the whole. A friend of mine does trading. He showed me some stuff on TradingView. He made me download it, and I just have my own little TA. I use Bollinger Bands and on just regular stock RSI or regular RSI, and I just see little patterns that I seen on like the 1 minute and 5 minute. And when I see those things happen, like I tell him to do the trading, because he does it on Blowfin and Bybit. He's got his own thing set up. He actually trades. He's professional. He just showed me some stuff and some things, and I just caught on. But I just call him up, hey, put this in right now. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm shorting shit while he's got a long in. I'm long in shit while he's, but I'm actually doing pretty good. Little scalps though, nothing crazy, no crazy swings. I got my bag packed in my ledger, and everything else is just what I tell him to do. So I'm doing okay with that. It's fun. I listen to you guys. I'll be honest with you. It's really, this is basically it. It's because I'm all in XRP from an investment standpoint, but I am not a fool. And I listen to Mega. I listen to you, Oz, and I listen to Jay Dan. I listen to you guys, but I hear Jam, because Jam comes with experience, but he comes with that reality. Like, I like reality. I'm not a pumper. I'm not a dumper. I'm just like, I don't like to hear, everybody shilling. I just want to hear truth. And when I look at the CA and I talk to my friend, and you guys all speak the same real language. It's not about news. The charts speak it. You got to let the trade come to you. And like, I listen to all that from that sense. At the same time, on the investment side, I got a lot of, patience. And I'm okay to lose 40 to 60% of my value if I have to, knowing that it's going to do a 200, 300, 400x. I'm that kind of guy. But don't get me wrong. I know that certain coins are more news driven. They're press release driven. They're not necessarily chart driven or, fudded on or shilled on. They're just news comes out, they pump, and then they dump. And that's it. That's all they're good for. And I'm seeing XRP being in that like category right now.
Well,
You
thank
know?
you, Henry, for coming on and sharing your story. Is there any questions you have for me or Mega?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, I mean, I seen the like thing. I'm coming on for more than that reason, but I also doesn't really know if you, because you mentioned, you know, about the timelines of like the validity of those particular claims that were being made, and I just wanted to know, like, you know, I know you do your DD and stuff, but like how you know, strong is your belief in that, you know, with respect to like just claims being made from like Brad and it being over and the SEC and all that? Like, is it just fluff, or, I mean, you know, that's really just, so you're really more your opinion than anything, you know, with that.
You want to take this one, Mega?
We can both share. Mine's pretty simple. I understand where you were coming from, Henry, when you said the case isn't necessarily over. I do agree. You know, I mean, you said it's over. I do agree with that. However, like, legitimately, officially, you know, signed off, done. That's more so what I'm looking for. I think that would cause a nice pump in the market. But like you said, XRP has been falling into the category of very news driven. And it's unfortunate, but that's just where we're at until there's actual use case utility to really drive that price itself. That's why I'm in it personally. It's
Isn't that what every coin, though? I mean, ultimately, I mean, every coin is still about news and utility. Who's really on the front line of utility? That's my thing. I see Eric Trump come on the board with Sergey and Charles Hoskinson hosting it like last week with a couple of guys talking about, you know, a stable coin that Eric Trump's starting, USD1, and how Chainlink's going to kind of like, you know, front run it. And so I see that, you know, and I see Chainlink's utility for that particular, you know, model.
This is where I would give credit to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin doesn't really necessarily have anything to prove, and it could pump or dump however it wants to, you know, since it's literally just there. Exactly. And so it's doing what it's supposed to do, right? It's actually acting within its quote unquote utility, if you want to call it that. Right. But there are, because we're at the brink of onboarding, you know, for crypto worldwide. So we're seeing pretty much like, you know, when you see a funnel starting to form in the sky, it hasn't touched the ground yet, but you know there's going to be a tornado. You know, it's like there's right. Signs of it. There's proof that something is coming, something's going to happen, but we're still waiting. You know what I mean?
Out of all the coins in the world, like in existence, which one do you think has the most? Which one do you think is going to have the most recent or the fastest utility to market? That's actually going to have, you know, meat on the bone, in the sense of the soonest out of all the coins.
Me personally, I think RWA.
Other than ETH, because ETH already
I was going to say that.
Developed.
Real world assets, man. That is everything. That is the future.
It's starting to happen. I mean, I would say it's going to take a while for assets to fully be onboarded, and like, I mean, think about it, like all of real estate. Imagine that, like on the being tokenized. It's going to take a long time.
My wife and I, we're real estate agents. We got 20 years experience. We're investors as well. We
awesome.
we flip homes. We've been doing this stuff. In fact, Mr. Yardzani is one that I listen to for that. He's with the Obi coin. He's front running that stuff for many years ago. I kind of follow it. I don't subscribe to him yet, but I follow him because he's involved with that tokenizing. I mean, really, it's so funny because there was a podcast that I was on in a community, an NFT, little closed network NFT called Vivi. Back in September of 21, I was on a podcast of one of the guys. He's still in the game. His name's Randy Chavez, and in that 4-hour podcast, it was just me and him. I actually mentioned about things that I had read back in like 19 and 20, nothing to do with this guy, Mr. Yardzani, but he was already in the game before that, and it had to do with tokenizing and how the game of real estate was going to change with respect to collecting rents, even ownership. Like there'd be people around the world just being able to, you know, buy other people selling percentages of a home while it's being rented. And every month when the payment gets made, they just get credited, you know, those particular credits in whatever form of currency they were using or stablecoin and stuff. So really technical stuff. No title companies use anymore. In fact, I believe my job and my wife's job as agents are going to be, you know, avoid it. I mean, eventually it's going to be no need for lawyers, quick closings, all tokenized. And we see it.
Instant real
Sorry-
estate
sorry-
transactions.
Huh?
That's what we're going to see. Instant real estate transactions. Hey, Henry,
That's one of the biggest laggers.
Yeah. Henry, thank you for coming on. Our fact checker has something to chime in here, so we're going to pass it on to her and see what she has to say. But thank you, Henry, and I can't wait to see you on June 2nd for the meet and greet in Vegas. Thank you very much, buddy.
I'll be there, man. XRP and
Thanks,
Bitcoin.
Henry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be negative, but my very unpopular opinion is that XRP could very well be an imitation of Bitcoin, where it is not an actual sustainable coin, but they're testing it. It's the test coin to see if it will be, if that they can make coins financially stable. So my question is this an actual coin that is going to be used in the future? Or are they testing the waters to see if they can keep this afloat at that $2 mark? Or are they just kind of stringing everyone along? I'm just curious.
I agree with that sentiment. I think that this is them trying to test if a coin that isn't even legally useful, if the people will still hold on to it, just like they hold on to Bitcoin. I think that is a possibility. What do you think, Mega?
I think that there's definitely a possibility that any crypto that's coming out, especially today, since we're still in the infancy of it technically, is going to be overshadowed by newer technology as time goes on. I mean, 20 years down the road, there's going to be 10 years down the road, there's going to be crypto that's out that really is probably the best solution. But in my mind, what comes down to it is which one has the most adoption and the most backing, from governments and individuals. So like the whole Bitcoin situation we're in right now, with senators pushing for that, even though there's no real use case besides just holding money, but you could do that kind of with anything else if you want to, if you decide on that, they could have done that with Pepe if they really wanted to.
Right.
Besides really just that, I think it's kind of sad to see that a lot of that effort's being poured into something that's not necessarily going to be used to solve a problem. I do believe that XRP technology is great and that it has a lot to offer. And what I'm looking forward to more, and this might be a little branch off of what you're talking about, what I'm looking forward to more from my end is XRP being the rails, and regardless of whether it's being the main use case in its own regard for cross-border transactions and other stuff, there's a lot of partnerships that went on where, like for instance, ONDO, they'll be using XRP's rails pretty much, for lack of better terms, to run faster, and run what they're doing, which is RWAs. And so that's where I'm kind of like, I'm still in it for a long haul, because regardless if they're going to be doing it and replacing Swift or not, they can still be used on the back end for a lot of other stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. At the same time, I feel like the direction that everything is moving towards is CBDCs. I think stablecoins, CBDCs will be the future. Maybe not right now, but that's what the majority of countries want. Just because our country has that legislation right now, that executive order becomes null and void in 1 year from now. So that could just be a ploy to get markets pumping, get things happening. I'm very skeptical. I want to believe that it's going to have its utility and do what it's going to do. At the same time, I'm not blind to the fact of where things are actually going. And I see the death of coins. I see the death of coins coming, but I see that the coins are going to be useful as far as their utility, whereas like XRP will be used for gas fees for RLUSD, and that's what its utility will be. They no longer need it to be for cross-border transactions because RLUSD can do the same function. However,
Okay.
with real world assets being tokenized, that is a token that will hold its value over a long period of time because it actually has something backing it other than fiat money. It's real things. Take ALGO, for instance. If you watched the Crypto Summit video, she stated like people who live in an apartment building can't have solar panels, because they're not on the top floor. They don't have the ability to do that. However, they can own a portion of said, solar panel in the desert and get that same usefulness and utility from having a solar panel just by owning a tokenized version of it. And I think that's a great example of something real in the world that people need, that not everybody can own because they don't have the land or infrastructure to support these things. So I believe that that is the future of tokens. And I do think currencies will be useful, like XRP for gas fees and certain things like that. But the true thing that is going to be the digital currency will be stable coins. And, I feel like, the only thing that's really going to grow over the next 5 to 10 years will be those real world assets.
I hear you. Yeah. I think this is why also community is good, because you get to share your thoughts. I share my thoughts. But honestly, what you're saying is pretty convincing. I'm not saying it's not within the realm of my believing it. Like I think eventually we definitely will head towards CBDCs. CBDC for sure, especially as more government control wants to come into play.
That's the whole point of
I
it.
believe I believe you and I are very much in the same belief, and we believe that all things will eventually come down to one currency, one leader.
Yep.
And in order for that to happen, CBDCs make sense. I mean, you have one major government or bank that's a hand of the government, basically leading the way. You
Right.
can't buy this, you can't buy that. Oh,
So-
you used your money on this, your insurance got canceled.
Yeah, so I feel like if you're looking for a currency, the currency will be a CBDC or a stable coin, and that's why Ripple is pushing to get Circle. That is why Coinbase is pushing to get Circle. That is why the first legislation we're getting out is based off of stable coins. The writing's on the wall. And if you're looking for currencies right now, I think that the establishment has decided it wants digital currencies that are backed by something. And I think the big problem with Bitcoin is that it's not, we all know here that Bitcoin is basically backed $1 for every $100, I think, is somewhere around the calculation because of Tether coin and that scandal.
Yikes.
And I believe that this legislation getting passed is the first step to that regulation, and with regulation comes investigation. And that is going to be the fall of Bitcoin. I do think, these currencies will serve a role in the ecosystem, and there will be a part for it. And I think of it as an ecosystem. All these different coins are going to serve different utilities and different things, but it's not going to be an end-all be-all for XRP like in the SEC proposal. It's not going to go down like that. It will be an ecosystem. They'll all kind of work and interchange through each other and possibly use, the ledger for those types of exchanges, which will give it some value. But XRP's real value comes from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it, because it's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. That's the
Yeah.
problem. You know, it will move it upward, but I don't think it will see those $10,000 prices that people want because of that reason. So that's why I'm leaning more towards ONDO and ALGO right now as the next big players in everything. Anything real world assets is going to be huge because those will be backed by hard assets. You know, I'm a big, so I invest not only into crypto and the stock market, but I also invest into this business. I own several businesses. I own land. I have a 25-acre farm here. I have a massive classic car collection. I like to hold real world assets because I know some people would say that my classic cars are a liability and not an asset, but because I have the ability to maintain them, I see them as an asset and they do grow value over time. So
Exactly.
Diversification.
Depends if you're using it as a daily driver.
Well, I mean, I drive the Corvette daily, you know, that's my daily. But I have other cars too, you know. I have too many cars. I got Jeeps and dune buggies and all kinds of shit. But you know, having something real and tangible, I think that's why that's such a big thing, is because I want to hold something that I know is of value and it is backed by something other than fiat.
I agree with you, man. I completely agree.
What's up, Big Baller? Did you have a question?
How's it going?
Big Baller is a big supporter. Are you there? He's coming to Vegas as well. Maybe it was by mistake. I'll take you down. A lot of requests have been flying in to come on. But yeah, real world assets, guys. That is, dang, we're at 100,000 likes, 0.1 million likes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Nice. Appreciate you. We got to about 200,000 day before yesterday. So thank you guys for the support.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, we got like 250 on yours today. I was liking away, but I was nowhere near hitting 15K likes.
the Mr. Coldwell, it got to 23K.
Wow, that's magnificent.
I'm like, dude, how is your finger gonna fall off? Like, it's insane.
I know, right?
My fingers get tired after 500.
I know, and I was double tapping like crazy. I'm like, yeah, bro. Hey,
my question to you. Good.
No, go ahead. Go. I'll shout it out later.
The Bitcoin dilemma, you know, Tether dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I always ask myself the question: why is it such a hush hush? And I tend to believe that, especially leadership in the U.S., are pushing Bitcoin because they want other countries to pour their wealth into it. Once they do that, dump it, and then the U.S. will be the one that probably dumps it, sending it into some other asset or other avenues, causing other countries to now be lower on the totem pole and the U.S. to be higher. You know, a classic rug pull.
Right.
That's my personal thoughts as far as what's a very possible scenario.
Right.
And Tether being the catalyst.
And I think that lines up with something I was going to bring up is Satoshi. Satoshi Nakamoto means Central Intelligence Agency. And, you know, that in Japanese anyway, if the CIA is holding the massive wallet, holding on to it, I don't trust that whoever created Bitcoin is just some random guy that selflessly is holding all this Bitcoin in his wallet and will never sell it. Whoever is holding that, yeah, they're just waiting for the right moment. And it's probably not even one guy. It's, you know, it's probably an agency, a company, something that has it. And I think you're right. It's going to be the biggest rug pull in crypto history. Will be Bitcoin and
world history.
And I think you're right. They want other countries to throw everything into it. They want to push the narrative on Bitcoin as well. And, you know, I think it's right here. We have a news article. No, maybe this is it. Yeah.
If you've experienced it yourself as well, anytime I make videos about that, they usually either get super low views, low engagement, or it's just like they disappear. It's just like, what is going on here?
We lost 20 viewers because we started talking about it. So yeah, that it is a real thing.
Sometimes.
But look at this. A Ripple CEO snubbed by Loomis. XRP FUD fuels crypto drama. On May 19th, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse revealed on X that the high-stakes meeting with Senator Cynthia Loomis, chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, was abruptly canceled, sending shockwaves through the crypto X. Speculation erupted, with many pointing to Loomis' son-in-law, Will Cole, a vocal Bitcoin maximalist, known for reporting anti-Ripple content, as a potential influence behind the snub, fueling fresh waves of XRP FUD. The timing of this canceled meeting only fuels the fire, as it coincides with alleged behind-the-scenes negotiation between Circle and Ripple, with the latter attempting to buy the former. Another company interested in buying Circle is Coinbase, a company that also gets along, blah, 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 right? And read what it's, let's see, I think it's right here. Here it is. So Brad Garlinghouse posted this on X, and Joe Consorti says, "You did this to yourself. A lifetime of bashing Bitcoin and shilling your pre-mined central bank token has locked you into a zero credibility prison of your own making. No amount of lobbying will change this, Brad." But you know,
that's insane. I didn't see that. I didn't see that one. I've heard about the Loomis snub, and but I didn't know about the guy trying to make it seem like Brad's over here fudding Bitcoin all the time.
Right, and I think part of it is there may have never been a firm appointment, and Brad Garlinghouse seems to conveniently post out news on his X or whatever, his interviews, to continue when it looks like XRP was forming this head and shoulders, comes out and does this to turn it around, because the end of the month is coming up and it's in Ripple's best interest to have the value higher when they go to sell it. And I think that it is a possibility that it was never a firm appointment or agreement. You know, obviously this is speculation. I do not know this, but I see the writing on the wall.
You know Brad personally.
Yeah. But you know, I'm seeing a trend. Every time the market should take a dump on XRP, Brad comes out and says something, or posts some little thing like this. And that's the issue is it's fueling this drama, this nonsense of whatever's going on, to make this bifurcation between XRP and Ripple. We got a fact checker wants to come in and speak real quick. Let's give her the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not trying to be rude, but how long, since Brad just keeps lying, is he going to lose the faith of the people that are investing in his coins before they decide, okay, this guy is a liar, I'm tired of it, he's just using us to pump the market and pull money out and making so much money off these people? How long until everyone goes, you know what, I want nothing to do with this, I'm switching to another crypto, this isn't worth my time? Just a question, how would that go?
I agree with that sentiment, and I think partially that may be because XRP is no longer useful. It really doesn't have the use case that is intentional, and what's going on is that I believe that this is the death of not cryptocurrency, but crypto tokens, crypto coins over the next several years, and the move towards stable coins that are backed by gold or some other type of asset. And it's just become a trend. Every time we're supposed to be getting a drop, because we know, like when the Fed was going to come out with the report that they weren't lowering interest rates. I knew that. If you were watching the show, you knew it wasn't going to get dropped. And obviously they knew it as well. But the regular people, everyone thought interest rate drop was coming. That's not coming anytime soon. Maybe November if we're lucky. But there's no indication that rates are going to drop, and they know that that is detrimental on the market. So what happens the day before that happens? He comes out with some news that the case is over, when it's not, to drive the market up. And I think it's intentional, because they're trying to offload as much XRP while it's at its highest that it's ever been, to basically cash out. What do you think?
I personally don't necessarily believe that is basically the death of like coins. Personally, I mean, we'll find out eventually, right?
Right.
But for me personally,
let me clarify real quick before you get started.
Yeah.
Not the death of these coins, but the understanding of the public of the real world use of these coins, that they're mainly going to serve as gas fees and things like that, not as an actual currency.
Okay. So they'll lose like their initial utility, is what you're saying, and then just become more so trading type of fiat in a way.
Exactly.
Okay. So for me personally, I don't necessarily believe that fully, at least within the short term. Long term, who knows? Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff can happen, and things can definitely change for the craziest move like that. But I think we need to normalize. This is just my point I wanted to share here. I think we need to normalize freely talking about bad things, companies that even if you're invested in, talk about it openly, to share what your thoughts are about it. I think there's a lot of unhealthy positioning where people think that just because they buy XRP, that they can't criticize anything that happens. And I used to be in that mindset years ago, and then started to change, especially over the past year, since like last year, beginning of year. Just like my sentiment has changed to where I'm like, why can't we, as those who are literally funding what they're doing, speak up about what exactly we find a little offsetting or not the healthiest move, or kind of a little sleight of the hand. Watch this handle, I do this with the other hand. And look, I'm an XRP for the long haul, me personally, full disclosure, but I still have a lot of criticisms against Ripple and the way that they function things. One of the biggest things that really turned me off, and maybe a lot of people here felt the same way, was when they did the whole Ripple Day or XRP Day, whatever they communicated it. You know what I mean? They made it seem like they were going to announce the drop of the case. They were literally hinting towards it. They had all these different little posts from David Schwartz, from Brad Garlinghouse himself, and it was just, I don't know. And then it's almost like they built it up for this big crescendo moment. Everyone's waiting. I'm live streaming. I'm talking with people. I'm like, hopefully we'll see something good from this. And that was for me, I think that was the death of relying on dates. I think that's one of the biggest letdowns I've felt from Ripple so far. And look, I'm still in it. Like I said, I still believe it has potential as of now. We'll find out if things continue to change. But as of right now, I'm long-term holding. But that has been probably one of the most detrimental days to my faith in dates actually being an important thing, besides dumping the market.
Yeah,
that's me.
I agree. I agree with that sentiment. Like, I'm going to keep a moon bag, but I used to keep a majority of my holdings in XRP. And what I've done is I now have my moon bag for XRP and I may put more in it potentially when I see it's about to do things like it is today. But it's not going to be my main bag anymore because of this, what it keeps happening. And because it keeps happening, I'm like, okay, this is a safe indication that we're going to stay above $2 for a while. But it's also an indication of distrust. So I am more cautious now with XRP. And that's why, we're looking into new projects, such as SXT, which looks really promising. I'm looking for, these new things to look at. I'm also looking into Bitcoin because I do have a bias with what's going on with Bitcoin and Tether, but I think that won't play a role this bull cycle.
Yeah, I think that's still a little ways away.
Yeah, it's a long time.
I think they're waiting for more countries to get involved.
Exactly. And I think you're 100% correct on that. But I mean, we're looking into this one. This is a butthole coin. It is bottomed out.
Wait, what? Is this a play off a fart coin or something?
Yeah. So this is butthole coin. So
it's really bottomed, yeah.
It's bottomed out.
Literally.
But I think, it has a potential to make a comeback because of its name, and it could be fun, and do I think that it has any utility? No. But I'm going to put a little bit in it and see what happens, because it's at the bottom. Even if it just runs up another one of these, little spikes, that's a little bit of money to be made. And I'll easily take my money out when it spikes, because I won't be in fear like XRP that I'm going to miss out on something,
Yeah.
So,
you know what? The whole, coins changing their utility as time goes on to being more like a form of paying gas fees and whatnot. I think meme coins honestly are just going to live on forever. I think that's the downside to meme coins.
Oh yeah,
there's not going to be any killing them unless they make them illegal, and then they'll get even more popular.
I will always hold at least one fart coin just so I can say I'm holding a fart.
You know what? I might actually start buying some on the dip.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like those are great. Those will be timeless.
Because that thing runs.
Yeah, those will be timeless, man, and will always be a fun joke. People will buy them to send to their friends as gifts. Here, I bought you a
Back
fart.
in my day.
Yeah. I remember you said it before on your live. You're like, imagine creating generational wealth from fart coin.
I bet there already is. I bet there's already people who did it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Somebody threw one right at the start. And the sad part is literally I saw Fartcoin when it was like, I think it was less than 50 million market cap. Because I was deeply into meme coins at that moment. I got to Chill Guy, got a nice little return there. Put it into Chill Girl, dropped hard.
Yeah.
And then, just learning the meme coin methods and whatnot. Definitely lost more than I put in for meme coins, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure.
I was just at that point where I was like, you know what? I'm not going to play these penny slots anymore.
Yeah, I get it, man. And you know what I've noticed with the meme coins is for every 10 people that tell me, or for every one person that tells me that they made a lot of money off of a meme coin, I hear 10 to 100 people tell me that they lost big on it. And what I believe is the one person that is saying they made a bunch of money is trying to hype it up so they can get out.
Fartcoin's going to run.
Yeah, it's going to run. And I think, and that's another thing, like Solana, for instance. Solana has been deemed the meme coin platform. And so that being said, if you ask me, that's not good for Solana. But, Solana, they basically said that meme coins are collector's items. And that's what they are for me. I'm buying collector's items because I want to be able to say I'm holding a fart. And I think that's why Fartcoin will always be valuable at some point. just because of that joke. When it has something substantial behind it, in that manner of like comedy will drive value into something that is a collector's item. So I think that it's a solid thing to hold, because I think fart jokes have been around for centuries and they're not going away anytime soon.
I mean, yeah, they've been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
I think one of a gesture, what's
Jester.
the clown guy's name?
Jester.
Jester. There was this one guy who apparently had so much money because the king loved when he would do this quote unquote joke where he farted, burped, and like did something else at the same time, and the king would just ask for that and he would just do it, and he got like this huge inheritance from the king.
Oh my
Can you imagine
God.
that?
But yeah, that's
nuts.
that's the world we live in. So I get it. And I think it's great. By the way, if you're
Those are narratives we should start playing.
if you're looking at XRP right now, it looks like we're getting a bit of a pullback. We've definitely got some heavy wicks here, but I do think it could potentially do more, because diamond tops, or bottoms, when they move, it's a lot of push upward. So if you haven't gotten in, I would say let's go more to the 5 minute and see here that a price correction is coming, and you may have another opportunity to get in at the low at
Double top.
Yeah, 245-ish. It could potentially go lower, and it could go all the way to this blue line, 235-ish. But as time runs on, this line gets further, but I would expect the diamond top to play out within the next day or two. And the only thing that's going to stop it would be Bitcoin. And I want to look at Bitcoin on the lower time frame as well. Because Bitcoin's kind of in this is bullish. So this is an ascending triangle pattern, and this will break up out of here. I wouldn't say it's a bull flat or a bull pennant. This is an ascending triangle. So this is bullish.
What time frame?
This is in the 5 minute.
Okay.
So if you're looking to get into Bitcoin, your entry point is basically where it's at now and as low as 111.095 is what I would say to get in before it breaks up, because these patterns never make it out to the tip. It'll probably break here. This would be Friday at around 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. That's the opening of the day candle on Friday. So the opening of Friday's day candle, you heard it here first, will be the breakout for Bitcoin to start moving up towards the 115K mark.
It was like 120 was the next major one on the Fibonacci when I was looking at last time. But 115 sounds nice too.
Well, the reason I say 115 is because it's a psychological number, so it may flag there again, and continue up. But I try to, like I said, I don't use the indicators. I'm using psychology to grasp where I think it's going to go based off of, one, I'm looking at the size of the flag, how much it's been moving up, to where the next potential flag would be formed. And I would say that's about 115K. And that would be a psychological zone. 115. Those 10s and 5 numbers will always be psychological zones, round numbers, repeated numbers. So if it's going to 13, it'll go to 1333. If it's going to 14, it'll go to 1444. and
It did
so
stop
on and
at
so forth.
111.
Yeah, exactly. We're at 111 right now. That's just psychological trading at its finest. So that's, when you're putting in your price points, don't just put in, 444 or whatever. You want to, bump it, if it's going up, obviously you want to bump it down a little bit. If it's going up, you want to, or going down, you want to bump it up a little bit. So you make sure your limit orders fill. But don't be too greedy. You can't catch the tip of every wick. Obviously, we catch a lot of wicks here on this show, but don't be too greedy. We just want to catch some of that wick. Focus on the shaft, not the tip so much.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to blow your wad.
Oh my god.
We're having fun, man.
I do got to get going here.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you having me up, man, and this was fun. Being able to do this.
Oh, the management's in here yelling at me.
Yeah. Oh boy. The families.
Yeah. You can't say that.
But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I think it's honestly awesome that you put a team together. You're still growing it and looking to do some major moves within just even the influence in the market. And I think it's an awesome thing that you're doing for the community, for yourself, for those who are working for you. It's hard to find jobs out there, and you're one of the people providing jobs for people, so that's awesome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to give you a shout out to your own people. If you guys actually want to support Austin on TikTok, literally what you do is not just likes, not just shares, but the very top left where you see his name, if you click on that heart right there and you join in the stream team like that, and this is not a shill, this is just me telling you, this is for anybody you watch. But if you click that heart and it's just one coin, it's like less than a penny to send that each stream, the more you do that consistently, TikTok will push that person out more to bigger crowds because they see, hey, these people are not just showing up. They're not just bots. They're not, they're actually here showing support. And so that's going to be one big way you can show your love and support to Austin. He's an awesome guy. I really do appreciate him and his insights and his information in the community. And it's rare, honestly. It's rare coming across people who actually have integrity with the way they come across with stuff. And his indication is himself when it comes to the market. His brain is the indicators.
Thank you.
And so it's an awesome thing to see, man. And I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too as well. You actually inspired me to start this show. When I came on your live as a guest, I was like, you know what? I need to be doing this. And you have been my inspiration since day one.
Oh, man. You don't have to say that. I feel all mushy.
I mean it, bro.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Nothing but love to you always. I know there was a time there where when I was first getting started, I was a little pushy with getting the shout outs from you, man. I apologize.
It's all good. I probably would have done the same thing.
Yeah. But
I've done that in the past with YouTube stuff. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, man.
And that's what I noticed. Your intentions were honestly to make something of it, because I have lots of DMs. I have lots of people hop into stuff and ask for things and whatnot. But I saw that your intentions were not in a way where you're just trying to take advantage of stuff, and you actually want to grow something of actually informing people and helping them. And that's when I was like, why am I resisting this? Why is this my resistance level?
Right.
And it took you hitting that resistance level a couple times for me to be like, you know what, this guy, he's not that bad.
Well, thanks, man.
And we broke off on the top side.
Yeah. And I feel it's grown into a friendship, and we support each other's lives constantly. I'm always in your live, liking as often as I can. I don't generally get up early that often, but when I know you're going to be live, I make sure I get up early and I come and engage when I can. So
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Seriously,
I appreciate you too. And I'm starting a new trend right now on TikTok. So start spreading this in your Discord, everywhere you go. The censorship on TikTok is absolutely atrocious right now. And a lot of creators...
Talking DMs.
Yes. a lot of creators are struggling right now, and I'm working with several other creators right now to band together for us to start a campaign to support each other's lives and to share each other's audiences with each other and grow a bigger community through this way. Just by going into your lives and going through your For You and find somebody who's going lives, only got a couple people watching, start liking it, start, follow them, get them to follow you back, send them gifts, and have them come onto your show and reciprocate that in the same way. And if we band together as creators in this way, we will not be held down. So we need to come
I completely
together
agree.
as a creator community, because I tell you what right now, because shows like yours and mine, we are speaking the truth, and they do not want that right now. But if there's a
It's so hard,
demand,
man.
if there
But
is
yet it's not.
if there's a demand from the people, it will happen. And if the creators all come together and band together and do this, they won't be able to stop it.
Yeah. I mean, if the platform's not going to support you, then you have to do it with the community, right? I mean, you should anyway with the community, but especially if there's a community, the platform's going to stifle things. Literally, I was talking in chat with Caveman. You know Caveman, right?
Oh, yeah, I know Caveman.
Yeah. So I was talking with Caveman. I typed one thing. I think I said something about buying or selling Bitcoin, something like that. And literally, it said that my message was not good. It did not send it. And I was like, but I didn't say anything about like having to buy it, or whatever. I was just talking it was just conversation about people buying or selling. And so I guess maybe it's a protection thing, but I hate the censorship. Just let us talk. And they should do a better job at just banning fake accounts.
Right.
Dude, it's so simple.
I don't think it's
Literally.
mainly that, though. I don't think it's about fake accounts. I think it's more about controlling the narrative. Like we talked about Bitcoin, I think they want us to only say good things about Bitcoin. Here I am. I'm posting Bitcoin. I'm saying it's bullish. I'm saying that we're going to do these things. A couple days ago, I was like, be prepared for a potential of a triple top, double top at all-time high point and come back down. Be aware that could happen. And, we were down to, 1 to 2 viewers because of that after that. But now we got a rocket ship here, and the sentiment has changed, and we're getting more viewership. Obviously, you're here supporting the show, which is driving a lot in. But, we're definitely hitting a struggle, because I was averaging about 200 to 400 viewers alive and about 200 subscribers, and I've lost about 50% of my subscribers, and I'd say I've lost about 70% of my viewership. So,
Wow.
the suppression is real. Part of it is it's, the censorship. I'm telling the truth here. But I believe that the truth will prevail. And I believe that if we continue to band together and do things like we're doing right now, we're working together. I'm coming into your live too, and I'm helping point out patterns and stuff. More minds is better, and we're going to create wealth for people by doing this, and that's what it's really about, is helping each other.
Exactly. If we're doing this for the community, then collaboration and actually sharing ideas, sharing progress, sharing where we think that something's a fake out or a push, I think that's going to be better off for those who are tuning in. That's going to be the best scenario for them and for us as a community to grow, and not just number wise, not just likes, follows, subscribers, but also actual generational wealth potentially, for some of the people that are listening in that have those moves to be able to make, and I think that's an awesome position to be in. And I don't care if I'm anonymous mostly, and that people can't really tie it back to me as far as like, if I was to say something, they made a lot of money from it. Cool. That's awesome. That's on you. Great job.
Right.
And so I'd rather do that and be rewarded later on in life. You know what I mean? I'd rather give to people without expect anything in return. And along with that, I've been honestly really considering just making like VIP stuff only for if you just want to talk privately, not even like for information. You know, I want the information to be more free.
Right.
And I don't, you know, when I started, I was like, you know, maybe I put some time into this, you know, maybe I'll make a couple extra bucks. And I was like, you know, I don't know. I felt weird about it. And I'm not saying this against anybody. Charge what you want to. That's perfectly fine. But for me personally, you know, my goal in this is to help inform people. So what's one way to do that is to not create barriers, you know?
Right.
And of course, if it's extra time, if it's one-on-ones, that's a different story. You know, you're creating some real value for the person, actually having them ask questions. But for information that's already out there on the internet, you know, I'm just trying my best to figure out what that, you know, I'm still navigating it is what I'm trying to say. And I really do, I do want to make a good difference in the community, even if it's just a couple people here and there that I made an impact on. And so I appreciate you, man. I appreciate what you're doing.
I appreciate you
and
too.
The truth will prevail.
Yes, it will.
Regardless of what governments or platforms that are maybe controlled by governments want to do. I mean, think about the best interest of, this is a little thing I'll leave you with, right? Is who potentially is the holder of TikTok, you know, and whether it's one country or the other country, Bitcoin's an interest to both of them, you know? And so the last thing they want is for that information to be slowed down or for any kind of talk that's about price potentially dropping. So
right.
I see what they, you know, they're trying to protect their best interests, but at that effect, they're also affecting other people's livelihoods and whatnot.
Right. And I know firsthand a lot of our subscribers here have regained their 401ks back. They're doing exponentially better. There several of you. There's, I'd say, about 15 of you that message me almost every single day and take advantage of the coaching. And it's amazing to see how much you've all grown. And that's the whole point, is to grow in this as a community. So thank you, Mega, for coming on. I appreciate having you here. And we're going to get back into the news. And I got a bunch of low market cap coins we're going to be looking into, new projects. As you know, we found SXT, which is a beautiful project.
Cup and handle.
Yeah. And so
that's exactly, yep. So, I'm going to get some of that.
Yeah, definitely. This is a good buy. We got in at the low. If you're a subscriber, you would have got that alert to buy between 10 and 11 cents. And that was it. That was the bottom, and it took off, and a lot of people made a lot of money here. And also, we have an email alert system. So if you're a subscriber, TikTok does suppress the subscriber videos. And so by signing up for the email list, you can get alerts to those, and you can customize your alerts to make sure that they go off. Maybe something you might want to consider, Mega, because also it drives people to put your name in the search bar and find your account and seek out those videos, which helps the algorithm exponentially. Just a little FYI. Yeah. It is expensive, though. Right now, I'm paying somebody to manage it. I do want to eventually get a automated system, but right now I'm paying someone to manage it. So I'm charging $199 for it. But
that's not that much.
Yeah, you inspired me with it today about helping the community. So as of June 1st, I'm going to be offering that for free for 1 month for you to try out. So if anybody wants to try it, you get a free month subscription to the email list. So message me. You have to be a subscriber, though. But if you're a subscriber, you can direct message me, and I will sign you up on the email list for free. For those of you that did already pay to sign up, you will be receiving next month for free. And thank you for those of you who are already on it and support. So I appreciate you all very much. And thank you, Mega, for coming on. I'm not gonna keep you any longer.
No, it's perfectly fine. I appreciate it, though. But yeah, man, I'll let you go. You guys have a great night. Thanks so much again. And real quick, how can somebody figure out about the subscription, whether it's paid or for free? Do you have a website or a central location we could potentially see that?
So deluxe subscribers can message me directly, And so you can send me a direct message as a deluxe subscriber. And with that coaching that you get as well, I will send you all the information about how it's billed. But basically, it's through Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. And that's billed once a month. But next month will be free on the house. So if you want to sign up, try it out for 1 month for free. Go ahead and just message me on TikTok your email. Mega, if
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's cool of you to do that.
Yeah. And Mega, I'd offer it to you for free, but unfortunately the videos are for subscribers only. So
that's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you got to be a subscriber. But I'll tell you what, the people that are getting those videos, we are calling the price points on all these projects 2 fractions of a cent every single day. Every single day. I don't know how I do it, but I do. So definitely something to, if you're looking to day trade, it's something you want to be into for sure. But yeah, thank you, Mega.
I'm definitely going to do that. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming on, and we'll do this again for sure. I definitely want to come on your show again.
Yeah,
we'll do it again for sure.
It's good to see your face, by the way.
Yeah,
I like your setup.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Well, that was amazing, guys. Hope you all loved and enjoyed that. We got a ton of gifts to go over. Holy cow. Let's run through these here. Henry sent, let's see, Censored by TikTok sent a TikTok. Henry sent 22 goats. TikTok seller sent, wait, I lost it. 96 roses. Dusty sent, what does it say? Dang it, it's got a thing in the way now. Dusty sent, crap, I lost it. There it is. Dusty sent, love you so much. TikTok seller sent 10 roses. Guinea Marie sent 1 hat and mustache. Mr. Zines with 50 TikToks. Guinea Marie with a tiny dino and 1 confetti. Vint Muir with the 10 goats. Let's see here. Guinea Marie with a little crown and a gold medal. Censored by TikTok with 1 rose, and Censored by TikTok with 26 lightning bolts. TikTok seller with 11 roses. Guinea Marie with 25 goats. Be the Change sent to Mega 1 crane. Be the Change sent Henry 3 let 'em cooks. Lebo sent 1 rose. Be the Change sent a money gun. Censored by TikTok with 35 lightning bolts. Jessica Puentes sent 4 roses. TikTok seller sent 2 roses. Henry sent 1 goat. TikTok seller sent 20 roses. Guinea Marie sent a cat, 5 cats. Mother Dragon sent a heart me. TikTok seller sent 2 let 'em cooks. TikTok seller sent 7 roses. Mother Dragon sent Mega Crypto. Looks like a hand hearts. Jessica sent 5 puff hearts. TikTok seller sent 1 rose. Mr. Zine sent 20 TikToks. Real Rusty sent 1 heart me. Guinea Marie sent 10 awes. Censored by TikTok sent 25 goats. Henry sent 1 heart me. Nate sent 3 goats. Guinea Marie sent 4 awes. Guinea Marie sent a hat and mustache. Guinea Marie sent 16 roses. Real Rusty sent 1 rose. Censored by TikTok sent 25 lightning bolts. And Mr. Zine just sent 21 TikToks. Thank you all so much for the overwhelming support. You all are amazing. And we are at over 100,000 likes right now. Thank you all so much for the overwhelming support. You guys are incredible. It's about 8:30. We've got some time to go through some stuff. I did have some news to cover. But we're going to speed through it real quick, and we'll probably go over a little bit. The staff is not happy about it right now. Yes, we're going to go a little bit late tonight. Let some people jump on the live. Yeah, go ahead if you want to come on and talk. You know what? We can save the news for another day. But I do want to take time to go over some technical analysis for a few projects that have been recommended to us. So we're gonna open up the floor for people to come in and talk. If you want to come on and talk, but we're gonna cover those new coins at the end. So I'll make sure I save. We'll go over like 15, maybe 20 minutes, and we'll cover some new coins. In the meantime, let me pull up those meme coins. Where are they at? So this is based off of TikTok, or not TikTok. This is ChatGPT. I said, give me a list of cryptocurrencies with a low market cap that have utility that are potentially at a bottom price right now, expecting to take off in the near future based on charts, not anyone's opinion, and tell me their utility. All right. Mr. Zines, thank you for the 23 TikToks. Looks like we're not getting anybody on as a guest. If you wanna be a guest, send an invite and I'll bring you on. So here's some market coins. So this is STBU. This is a $22.9 million market cap. It's Stobox token. The utility provides tokenization service for real-world assets, enabling business to digitize and manage securities on the blockchain. Technical insight: after a significant drop in 2022, STBU experienced a resurgence between November 2023 and 2024, moving from a low 1 cent to a high 0.2 cents. This indicates a strong recovery potential for further growth. So let's take a look at that. Filecoin. All right, we'll look at Filecoin as well. But let's look at this one. Let's look at this one here first. STBU. STBU. And I'll do a little technical analysis and tell you what I think. Stobox token. It's another Tether one. But I don't think the Tether is going to be a problem. So short term, this would be okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. ChatGPT coming in clutch. So this was April, and it's hit the bottom here. So this could potentially pump in September, November one more time. It probably won't pump as much. Let's see what it's done in the past. Obviously here it pumped, it died, it got one more, and then it died out. And then it looks like it pumped, it died out, and it pumped one more time, but really hard. So this looks like one cycle right here, and these generally get two. So I would say it's safe to assume that it's going to get another one, and if not, it could get one in another year or so. But this is bottomed out for sure. I would say your entry point for the low bottom is going to be, this one would be 006, 007. That would be your low entry point. Your high entry point would be at where it's at right now, at 013. Mystery coin 7000X. Oh my God. All right, I think somebody wanted Filecoin. Let's take a look at File. Filecoin US dollar. Filecoin's kind of on a way up. It's not really bottomed out, but it seems pretty volatile. So yeah, there's a potential for another good pump out of it. I'd say it kind of looks like an inverted head and shoulders too. It's a bit wonky, but it kind of is. And that's kind of what everything's been playing. But there is a potential for it to come back down, or this could be a shoulder and it come down even further. I would say this one definitely has potential to go up again, but it seems like it's a bit high. It's running the same pattern that everything else is running, which is this ascending, broadening wedge. Okay, and I would say that it's at least got one more pump and a pullback and probably fall out, maybe one more. So I would say it's got a little bit of a pump in it left, but I would wait for a pullback and a drop out of this, or to see if it breaks this like XRP's did. Let's see, who else have one? Fetch AI from Henry. Henry's always got some good ones. Henry's a smart cookie. Fetch AI US dollar. So, yeah, Fetch looks just like everything else. It looks like it had its cycle. It could potentially go into a new cycle. However, same thing. It's an ascending, broadening wedge. It's following the same pattern everything else it has, but also at the same time, it looks like a descending, or excuse me, an inverted head and shoulders, possibly pumping it up. I would say I would watch this one for the pullback, because this one could potentially see, I would say, anywhere between 0.57 and 0.38 again, unless crazy things happen with Bitcoin and it just keeps sending things up. But everything's showing this bearish pattern. This is FET USD, Fetch AI. Hope everyone's claiming their profits from XRP. Yeah, definitely. Let's look at XRP real quick. XRP could potentially double top here and break structure. And I would say it would, even though we have a diamond bottom, okay, there is a potential for this head and shoulders to play out still. Okay? It's not over yet. This could just be the tip of a shoulder and break down. However, the diamond pattern looks more in structure than the head and shoulders does. Let's see, what's the next one? Mystery Coin 7000X. ZBCN, I think it could have more in the gas tank, but I think at the same time, it might be on its way back down for a major price correction, which I think it may have already had, so it could potentially do more as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping. Let's see, what was that? That was Mystery Coin 7000X. Do you have a ticker on the Mystery Coin? Send me that ticker and I'll pull that one up for you. We'll do Kronos. Use your fixed volume range. Kronos and Toshi. All right. I'll tell you one to stay away from is Uni. Okay, so yeah, this is also showing this ascending channel. It potentially has another pump left in the tank, but it could double top at about 10.6 and come back down or continue upward. It all depends on Bitcoin, what it does. However, this looks like a solid double bottom right here, with a potential to send it up to 12 or even 13 based off of that structure. So as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping, I think this one's got more in the tank for sure. And I'll tell you what, pretty much everything looks like it's got some in the tank right now, because of what Bitcoin's doing, it hitting all-time highs. Real Rusty, I'll look at ZBNC. Nothing's coming up. You're talking about Zebic, right? So yeah, Zebic's got more in the tank. Look at that awesome hammer. That is a nice hammer right there. So this one could potentially go to 003 and double top and come back down, or it'll shoot past. I think it's got a lot more in the tank on this one. However, it is getting up towards all-time highs. But that doesn't mean that it's over. This is a nice cup and handle right here that's formed. And it, with a cup and handle, you get that pump like this. It should correct back and then pump again. I'd say at about 0035 or all-time high would be where it hits. Let's do DEX. Let's see, DEX. DEX. I see DEXE, but no DEX. I'm assuming you mean DEXE. DEX tools. If this is what you're referring to, that is a classic Head and Shoulders. I would say it definitely has a potential to move back down. It will probably double top here and come back down. But more long term, I think it could definitely see lower numbers. But it is volatile, so it could run up again even higher than it's ever gone. This is a descending channel here, which is very bullish. However, it could come down in that channel one more time before it pumps. All right, let's see here. Jasmine and Pepe. By the way, guys, if you're a deluxe subscriber and you want to sign up for the email system, send me a message and I'll put you on the email alert system, and I'll let you guys have that for free starting. You know what? Yeah, June 1st. June 1st, everybody gets free for the whole month. Let's do Toshi. What's going on here? I like Toshi. I don't know why it's not coming up here. Let's try Kraken. That looks like a cup and handle. And with a bull flag on it, possibly. Yeah, that's got more in the tank for sure. Hard to tell where it's going to go because there's not really much data, prior data to it. But yeah, this one's going to pump. Toshi's going to pump. Mega Crypto says, that's awesome, man. I know, I just look at it for like a second and I'm just like, oh yeah, this. It's really quick. Really quick technical analysis. Let's do Jasmine and Pepe. I just did ZBCN. ZBCN, I think, has got more in the tank too. So this is the same thing. This is a bit of an ascending channel here. It could potentially pump a little bit more. I would say it could run up this channel once or twice. But this is an ascending channel, which means it would break down. So yeah, this is a bearish pattern, but it does have at least one more pump, if not two, left in the tank. I'd say at least 2 cents, maybe 2.5. No, I'm not on Twitch today because today was a special live with Mega Crypto as a guest. So thank you very much. Let's do Whiff. Oh, wait, it was Jasmine and Pepe. I like Pepe. I know Guinea Marie likes Pepe. She took my advice and bought that at the low. So Pepe is a cup and handle, baby. Pepe is a cup and handle. I'd say, it's hard to say where it's going to top out at, but I think it could go 0002. Or, excuse me, quadruple 02. So, yeah, Pepe is going to do some big things for sure. Let's see, Whiff. Let's look at Whiff. Whiff is a cup and handle. This one could pump. That's a big cup though. So I would say just on this pattern, it could do $1.86, but there's a potential. Well, I would say probably more like $1.92. But I would say that there's a potential for this one to run up back to where it's been, at least 50%. So I'd say somewhere around $3. Hard to say an exact number, but a safe would be 279, 280. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. I would stay away from Uni. We have some new... Since you brought it up, Danny Gibson, let's talk about Uni. Unicoin, top executive charged in offering fraud that raised more than $100 million from thousands of investors. Washington, D.C., May 20th. The Securities and Exchange Commission today charged New York City-based Unicoin Incorporated and 3 of its top executives, CEO and board chairman Alex, whatever his name is, former board chairman, for false, misleading statements in an offering of certificates that purportedly conveyed rights to receive crypto assets called Unicoin tokens and offering of Unicoin tokens incorporated common stock. We allege that Unicoin and its executives exploited thousands of investors with fictitious promises that its tokens, when issued, would be backed by real-world assets, including an international portfolio of valuable real estate holdings, said Mark Cave, Associate Director in the SEC Division of Enforcement. But as we all allege, the real estate assets were worth a mere fraction of what the company claimed, and the majority of the company's sales of rights certificates were illusory. Unicoin's most senior executives are alleged to have perpetuated the fraud. Today's action seeks accountability and their conduct. This is direct from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So if you're looking into Uni, they are under investigation and could be facing a lawsuit. Just so you know, there are lots of other coins out there, but definitely be careful. What happened to Jasmine and Pepe? I did them. Let's see here. Monero? Let's do Monero for Mr. Zines. Monero. Woo! Look at that thing. Yow. I'd say there's a potential it's topped out on Monero. It may have a little more. If Bitcoin keeps going, it could potentially see 500-ish. There's not really enough data, but I would say it could it has been pumping higher. So let's see, it's gone. I'd say 555-ish. But I would definitely be taking profits on this one as it goes up at all those psychological zones. 400, 420, definitely at 420, 440, 460, 480, 450. If you're already in it down here at the low, just keep taking profits as it keeps getting close to those zones. Not financial advice. If Monero, if you picked that one and you rode that from the bottom, good for you, buddy. Purple Pepe is going up again. Don't miss out. Interesting. Because of these youths in Camden, that done a big move to changes it. Monero privacy coin. Interesting. It pumped like mad. It's fine. It's utility. People are leaving Bitcoin and going to Monero. I've heard that. I think I'll wait to get into this because it's going to come down at least to 240. You rode that. Mr. Zines, we got to talk some more. I will trade information for information. Aptos. Let's look at Aptos. Okay. So this one looks nice and volatile. This is good. However, it is making the same pattern here. It looks kind of like it might be a head and shoulders. At the same time, it is an ascending broadening wedge, which could potentially break it back down to about $4.20. It kind of looks more like it could be a head and shoulders that plays out here. It could go either way with this broadening ascending wedge. What's that? No, you're good. You can go home. I'm sending the fact checker home. And the rest of the team. And oh, you got out of here 15 minutes early, huh? Couldn't wait till 9? Yeah, couldn't wait till 9. You tricked me. Yeah, she's great. She's really great. But yeah, I would say that what you saw here, it dropped down and it spiked, and then it spiked again. It could potentially do this, but it seems to be getting lower highs each time. I would say the next peak could be anywhere from, I'd say anywhere between 11 cents and 10 cents. Is that dollars or cents? That's dollars. $11 and $10. Somewhere could be the top. Fact checker's name is Jesse. So, Joe Rogan has a Jamie. I have a Jesse. She's gone. She already walked out the door, but I'll tell her you say goodbye. H-bar. H-bar looks like everything else. Let me pull it up. There is a potential that if Bitcoin keeps pumping, that it breaks these bearish trends. I know H-bar off the top of my head because I hold it and I watch it. And then where is H-bar at? There it is. So same thing. Inverted head and shoulders possibly, which would break it upward, or it's an ascending broadening wedge, which could break it downward. If Bitcoin keeps pumping, I'm going to assume that it will see anywhere between 26 cents and 28 cents. Dump incoming? I don't know, not necessarily. If Bitcoin continues to pump, it could break everything. It doesn't matter what wave theory you're watching, Mr. Zines. It doesn't matter what patterns. No, yeah, correction. But I would say that it could break all trends, all everything if Bitcoin just continues to soar, because people will take their profits from Bitcoin and put them in these lower market caps. Mooding. I did that already, but we'll do it again because I just like you so much, Guinea Marie. You're a sweetheart, and you support the show so much. Where was it? There it is. Mooding. Mooding. Mooding is a cup and handle. That, wow, that could just continue to go. And it's hard to say because there's no data. If it breaks and it doesn't double top right here, because there's not more data, it could just hit all-time high and come back down. If Bitcoin keeps pumping, I would say that this, would probably get, price correction, possibly, but I think this is definitely, hold on to it. It could do something fascinating that no one could even expect or dream of. Who knows? It could hit $1. I think it'll do more than that. If you bought down here, wow. Yeah, that could do, this could do a heck of a lot. Yeah, Guinea Marie donates to the show quite often. She's been making a lot of money and taking advantage of the coaching from me, and has just been earning like crazy. So thank you for your generous gifts, Guinea Marie. No, I don't use fibs, bro. What's my Bitcoin prediction? Depends on what time frame. I thought when Bitcoin comes down, the altcoins would pump. No, it's a simul cycle, man. Everything's pumping with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's driving. This is the unicycle is what I'm calling it. Danny Gibson, this is the unicycle. I think once Bitcoin loses dominance, these other altcoins will pump again. Meme coins will pump again. However, it won't be as much as expected because they're moving with Bitcoin already, and they may just follow Bitcoin back down. It's kind of hard to say. This cycle is not like other cycles. Everything is different. Let's see here. People, let's stay kind. This community is great. Yes. Let me see here. Oh, someone gifted Jessica a subscription. Thank you so much, whoever did that. Don't forget, you guys can gift subscriptions to people. Thank you all so much. Guinea, was that you? Thank you. So watch Bitcoin if you don't want to get stuck in. Yeah, exactly. Where's the money going to go? People are going to pay off their debt. That's where it's going to go. People are going to buy gas, pay off their mortgages, things like that. Real world assets. You sent 4 subscriptions, Guinea Marie. Thank you so much. You are awesome. So we have 73 subscriptions out of 100. We need to get to 100 subscribers. Thank you so much. And almost 150K likes. Wow. You guys are spectacular. And you know, we've got, you know, we had, you know, anywhere from 50 to 75 people watching when we had Mega in, and we're down to about 31. We're doing pretty good. It seems like we may be breaking out of the shadowing. Finally. You can't keep a good dog down. You want to do Cardano? Sure, no problem. All are free tonight. But after Cardano, I will be going over the coins that I got picked out, and then we're going to call it a show. Let's see here. Cardano, same thing as H-bar. Ascending, broadening wedge, but also an inverted head and shoulders with the potential to go to, I'd say, 97 to $1. And that's a psychological zone. It'll probably come down after that. If I'm lying, I'm lying. Anyway, GOAT, what a beautiful live. Thank you so much. So many people learned. God bless. I need my spa session now. Hey, have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Oh, this one. Thank you so much. All right, I got some coins I want to look at. I got some coins that I want to look at that I've been saving for this. All right, so the next one is Lingoose, L-I-N-G. Market cap 28 million. Utility offers a Web3 gaming identity system that tracks the rewarded player achievements across games. Technical insight, Ling surged from, we don't need to do the technical insight so much. Let's check it out. L-I-N-G. I think I've actually heard of that one. L-I-N-G. I'm seeing Lingo. No Ling. All right, moving on. Rilo, R-I-O, Rio. 11 million market cap. Facilitates the tokenization and management of real estate and other real-world assets through decentralized finance solutions. Yeah, it's basically ALGO, but another one. I'll look at ALGO though. I'm probably going to be buying ALGO and a lot of it. I'm going to probably put everything I have in that I would normally keep in XRP into ALGO and ONDO. What was that ticker again? RIO. Rio. I think somebody asked about this one before. This one's yeah, somebody's asked about this. This ain't it. I think it's Tether though. I don't think that's it either. I think it's the Tether one. This is it. So yeah, Rio is at the low for sure. But it is mimicking the rest of the market. Possible inverted head and shoulders, but also forming an ascending broadening wedge. If Bitcoin keeps pumping, it'll keep pumping. This one is very volatile. This one could see 95 to $1. but just based off of the pattern, I'd say 50 cents ish. Let me see here. Let's do Algo. I love Algo. Algo, I'm hella bullish on. I haven't looked at the charts, so I'm sure it looks like everything else. But I'm waiting for the low. So I'm going to be potentially trying to buy Algo between 14 cents and 8 cents. But it could potentially keep on going, baby. Look at that, man. It pumped like crazy. The pump it's gotten already is just nothing. I'd say even buying now is a low. Algo's going to be huge, but I think you could definitely get it at these lower prices of 10 to 15 cents again. But this one, I'll probably put a couple grand into it once it gets a price correction. And then once it gets down to about 10 cents, I'm going to probably put like racks on racks on racks, baby. I'm going to put so much into Algo, it's going to spike the price. That's how much I'm going to put into it. Have you ever thought of, you know what I was thinking the other day? What if I don't even know how to do technical analysis, and the only reason y'all are succeeding is because I tell you what I'm about to buy before I buy it so you can get in, and then I buy it and it just completely spikes it. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that's what I was doing? Giving you all the opportunity to get in before I buy it as a whale, which sends it up like crazy. It don't work that way. It could. You don't know how much I'm holding. I got $5 on this, Buster. I'm going to put $5 in Algo. I'm going to be a billionaire. I see my green wick. I'll tell you what, we be trading. My trading name should be John Wick, because we be catching wicks every day. Why is it going to be huge? This is tokenization of real world assets. And this is the biggest one. If I could move the market like that, you wouldn't be streaming it. Maybe all I care about is fame and not fortune. Arweavy? Is that a coin TikTok seller? All right. Seller Network, 72 million market cap, provides a layer 2 scaling platform that enables fast, secure, and low-cost blockchain applications on Ethereum and Polkadot. CELR. Let's see here. CELR. Clear. Same thing. It's pretty bottomed out, but it's forming this ascending, broadening wedge, which is potentially bearish. I would say your entry point on this one would be 007. 007, baby, because that's just one of those psychological numbers. Yeah, this is a ChatGPT one. Oh, that's the one you put in? Arweavy? All right, I'll look that one up. Oh, what's the other one? I think it's like Avalanche or something. Big Baller extended to a 6-month. What? Renewal of subscription for 6 months. Thank you so much. And don't forget, guys, subscriptions. If you want to help out with the show, send subscriptions, or you can send donations, whatever you guys want to do. You can send gifts. But yeah, if you want to help out, the best way to do is send donations. TikTok sellers renews tomorrow. I know you're going to renew. You be using it to the fullest. You're one of them. I wish you were coming to Vegas with us, buddy. Don't worry, you'll get there, youngster. Let's see here. Tarexa is a $38 million market cap and EVM compatible smart contract platforming utilizing block DAG direct eclectic acyclic graph a DAG. I just call them that. Structured for scalable decentralized applications. Let's look at Tara. Jessica says, I really love this community we have here. It's really special. Thank you. All right, let me get through this one here. Tara. Oh, wow. Look at that. That one's hella volatile. It has big gaps in between. This one could be done, though. I would wait on this one. There is a potential, though, that it could do more. But I'd say it's at the low right now. If it's going to continue up from here. But Bitcoin's pumping and it's doing nothing. I would be worried about this one. This is Tara, Tara USD. But very volatile. Very interesting. It is definitely pretty low. But as you can see, it may be done, though. Because usually the bull run, it gets a pump, and then it gets a lesser pump, and then that's it. And this bull run, it got a pump, and now it's got a lesser pump. It could be it for this one. So you might have to hold on to this one. Thank you, Jessica. Have a good night. Let me see here. IRC. I don't see it here, buddy. IRC on Solana, Radium Solana, old school infinite backroom. Is that it? I don't know. There ain't no data here. The LRC got you. LRC USD loop ring. Interesting. Yeah, same thing on this one. ascending, broadening channel, possibly inverted shoulders, or could be a regular head and shoulders or double top. Is an ascending, broadening wedge. It will do whatever Bitcoin does. Yeah, they're all the same. What I'm looking for, the ones that are doing something different, that are just fucking flat bottomed out, waiting for a pump in November or just hit the market. So yeah, pretty good. We didn't cover any of the news though. But I kind of figured that we wouldn't. I kept it there because Mega was only supposed to come on for like 30 minutes to an hour. And he ended up staying for most of the show, which is amazing. None of them are flat right now. That's not true. That's not true at all. We just found one earlier. I forget which one it was. It was it STBU, I think? Yeah, it was nice of him. I appreciate having him on. I look up to Mega. I think it's STBU. Stowbox token. Yeah, this one. This one's at the low. See? It hasn't even pumped yet this cycle. But that's also a potential that it's not going to pump. But this one, if it does get a pump in this cycle, let's see, what was the utility? Provides tokenization of real-world assets, enabling business to decentralize and manage securities on the blockchain. This, I like this one. Oh, yeah, I like Twitch because I can say whatever I want. But if this, let me tell you something right now. I'll do ONDO. If we cannot break out of the shadowing here on TikTok, and I mean, if TikTok gets removed on the 19th, I mean, that's it. But if we don't get it fixed by the 19th and TikTok stays around, I will do one more month on TikTok and then I'm done with it, and we will just completely move away 100%, and you will no longer be able to find me. So if you have not found me on Twitch yet, make sure you go check me out on Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Add me there. We're not live right now, but send me a follow because we're more than likely leaving TikTok. Let's do ONDO. Last one right now, guys. ONDO Finance, US dollar. Same thing. It's the ascending channel, not the broadening wedge, but still an ascending channel, still bearish. But it probably has more left in the tank. I'd say it's more of a wedge. So this one's probably going to break down. It kind of already potentially filled the head and shoulder, inverted head and shoulders type thing. So I would imagine it's got a little bit more left in it and it crashes down, but I hope so. And let's say it pumps all the way up here to the tip here. Let's say it does $1.20-ish or whatever. Okay. If it fills this pattern right here, that is a solid head and shoulders coming back down to 20 cents, and I'm going to buy all of it. I'm going to buy all of it. You guys won't, there will be none left for you. Okay? I will own all of it, and you guys don't get any. So, none for you. buying all of it. I am basically done with XRP. I will have some. I'll have a moon bag. But I am transitioning into real world assets, baby. I want RWAs. Tokenization of RWAs is the future, okay? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the hype this cycle, but like this is big like when NFTs were big. You know, this is the new thing is tokenization of real world assets. And that's the things they're legislating stable coins and they're legislating real world asset tokenization. Those are the two things that they're focused on. So that tells me that they're sticking with stable coins and they're tokenizing real world assets, period. Because they want to tokenize gold. They want to tokenize silver, copper, all the precious metals. They want to tokenize anything of value, real estate, classic cars, businesses, solar farms, corn farms, pumpkin patches, whatever, Spirit, Halloween shop, Walmart, I don't know, maybe not Walmart because it's already on the, but you know what I mean? They want to, who knows? Everything. Imagine anything you can imagine tokenized in a digital form. That is the future, baby. Everyone thought it was like Web 3.0 last bull cycle, like when you'd buy a patch of land in the virtual reality meta. This is the real world version of that. I think that was the beta test for those things. And this is the real thing, baby. ONDO, ALGO, to the freaking moon, baby. All the way up. We're doing it. It's going to happen. And look at this is trending up. This could just not even do anything patterned wise. It could just freaking keep doing crazy things, you know? This could just craziness. Who knows? What I do know is it's the future. That's what I know. I'm going to be looking out for buying it at the low. If it does, head and shoulders here. If not, I think that this kind of stuff, like you're looking for XRP to be worth $11 million a coin. I think this kind of stuff is going to be worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a coin. This is one of those ones where I could potentially see it doing all those things that we want XRP to do. I think XRP could possibly, maybe if all the planets align, but real world assets have value. So it's going to be backed by something, you know? And people, I think this is it, man. This is the future. This is everything. I think any price you're buying it right now is a good price. Obviously, you know, we want to buy it at, 1 to 5 cents. But who knows? Maybe it's just hyped and it'll be nothing, but it'll do something this run. We know that for sure. It'll do something this run. It pumped in December. It's come back down. If we know anything about previous cycles, it's got more in the tank. It'll do something again in this cycle. Yeah, I'm going to wait for the bottom. I'm going to wait for something around 50 to 30 cents. I'm going to be looking for that. And if it drops below 30 or 50, I'll just jump out at 50 if it keeps going down and jumping at 30. If it keeps going down, I'll get in at freaking 10 cents, you know? And just, I don't DCA. I remove myself from the market and then re-enter instead of just throwing money at. Kai says, I feel like it's falling off. Yeah, I think this one could pump up and head and shoulders and fall off. This is basically the broadening ascending wedge, which would turn into a head and shoulders. And so I'm going to wait on that one. I'm going to watch. What's my target for SXT? About 20 cents, but I think it could potentially do, 50 cents to $1, maybe more. We don't know. It's so new, but according to the cup and handle, I think it's going to do at least 20 cents. They are talking about XRP. Who is? Oh, you're getting in the bottom on XRP? I might buy some more at the bottom, but I've already got some from the bottom. I'll wait. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm losing faith, and it's because of Brad Garlinghouse. It's because of the lies. And I'll keep a moon bag, but I think that could be potentially part of it, the shakeout. Maybe it's all part of the plan to get you to sell your bag. I don't know. So I'll keep some, just in case. But I'm starting to lose faith, and I'm realizing that it ain't going to be XRP as this end-all be-all. We can get into things that we know are going to be big, like ALGO, like ONDO. They don't want you to know the deal, or is it just rumors? I don't know. What level are you selling your Bitcoin? I already sold it. It's gone. I mean, I have a moon bag, but yeah, my big holdings. All of my big major holdings are all in stable coins right now. I'm pretty much just holding moon bags and accumulating moon bags across smaller things like SXT, new projects. I'm waiting to move all of that money into ALGO and ONDO and other projects like it. You thought Ripple was offering 11 billion for USDC? Well, that's the thing is, USDC Circle has a contract with Coinbase. They're not allowed to sell legally without Coinbase's permission. So I think Coinbase is more than likely going to acquire it if they even decide to sell it all. And I think that there's a possibility that Ripple is only making offers because they know the offer can't legally be accepted, and it's going to cause pumps for XRP. So that's what I think. Maybe they do acquire it. And if they do, expect a big pump and expect my sentiment to change. I will always change or admit when I'm wrong, but I'm also going to not be blinded. I'm going to think outside the box. If XRP doesn't pump, it will go as the biggest rip-off for the crypto community. Oh, agree. I think Bitcoin will be the biggest, though. Bitcoin's going to be the biggest one. If the rumors are true. If Bitcoin paid the dues right. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. My biggest problem is the management and the way the company of Ripple conducts itself. It is a travesty. Yeah, Bitcoin is technically slow and not efficient compared to many other coins. I agree. I think everyone thinks that XRP has no competition, but you know what? XRP is old and outdated. Other projects are just as fast. Algorand, for instance, HBAR, for instance, they have competition. They're just one of the OGs. That's all. Yeah, HBAR, Cardano, they have competition. If anybody thinks that it's only going to be XRP, don't be blinded by that. Diversification. But I'll tell you what, I'm all in on real world assets because that's what they're moving towards legislating right now. They're moving towards legislating stable coins and tokenization of real world assets. That tells you what they're looking to do first, what they think is most important. That should tell you everything. The fact that they're not even questioning whether coins are securities or not should tell you something. That should have been the first legislation to come out. And they're not even addressing it because I feel like they're more focused on stable coins because they're probably not going to use any of these anyway. Is it dumb to buy XRP now? I don't think so. I think it's a diamond bottom and it could potentially do something crazy. But I'm not going to say it's not going to do anything. I got the rocket ship up here. We got the moon cheese. But I think it could potentially do 250 to 265, maybe 280 if we're lucky. But I don't think it's going to $11. It ain't happening. It ain't going to $11 million a coin. It ain't going to 10K. So you're heavily invested into ISO coins? I mean, I'm heavily invested into stable coins right now, actually. But I am moving that into RWAs ASAP. As soon as I see a bottom, I am buying real world asset tokenization. That is the future. That is the big one. I'm tired of being lied to, and I think I can make just as much, if not more, off of those than XRP. I already did ONDO. I'm done doing projects for today. But I'll tell you what, send me a like, follow, subscribe, join the team, and I will be live tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 to 9 Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday. We are here live. So thank you, Marios. And I will do ONDO for you tomorrow. So come on through. And thank you, everybody. What did I say I'm buying? I'm buying ALGO and ONDO, baby. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do ONDO for Marios one more time. I'm going to do ONDO one more time for Marios because I'm a cool guy like that. Here's ONDO. All right. ONDO. Let me zoom in here. Let me make it big so y'all can see. Okay, ONDO right now is this pattern. This is what everything in the market is forming. This is an ascending channel or a broadening wedge. I would say this one's more of an ascending channel, which is bearish, okay? Which means that it's got some pump in it, but it's probably going to come here and it's going to break down, which on the macro scale is a head and shoulders. And that's going to bring it back down to the low between 20 and 40 cents, maybe even lower. And I'm going to buy all of it. I'm going to buy all of it. Yeah, I'm going to wait for like 20 cents on ALGO, maybe even higher, because I see a potential for this one to do 20, 50 to $100 on this one. And I'll do ALGO one more time. And then we're done. there's a potential. It depends what Bitcoin does. It could just take off, but everything is showing bearish signs. They're pumping right now, but everything's showing bearish. Also, don't forget, sell in May, go away. We're coming up to the end of May. And that reminds me, those of you that hold XRP, get ready to get dumped on by Ripple. They're about to take a huge dump on your chest right now. Let's see here. We were going to do ALGO. ALGO one more time. Same thing. We got an ascending, broadening wedge, which is an indication of a bear sign, but it means it's got more in the tank. It'll pump up and probably break down. And that would bring it back down to the low, low price of about 15 cents. And it could potentially go as low as 10 cents. So between 10 and 15 cents is your entry point. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining in the live and being a part of what's going on here. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Become a subscriber. We've got 73 out of 100 subscribers that we need. We were at about 200 subscribers, and we've lost quite a few. But that, I understand, is because a lot of them were gifted subscriptions. But we need to get back up to over 100 subscribers. So if you feel like sending a subscription, or you feel like subscribing if you haven't already, become a subscriber and you get access to those daily price point videos. And don't forget, send me your email. If you're a subscriber, send me your email and I'll get you on the list for the first, for a free month. And everybody that's already on the list, you're going to get next month for free, baby. Free email alert system for everybody next month. And you can thank Mega Crypto. Marios, thank you for the 2 roses. Guinea Marie, thank you for the 5 roses. So, yeah, save yourself a couple bucks. It's only $1.99 a month for the email alert system, which it definitely pays for itself because you're getting those trades in. You're never missing a trade. You're getting, every time I post one of those subscriber-only videos, you're going to get it. I was trying to gift Mega a sub, but I didn't know my password. I think you can still gift him a sub without him being in the live. Octane says, how do I do that? Do what? Become a subscriber? Guinea Marie gifted Mega a subscription. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to click the little star with the circle on it. And let me see here. I think I can move it to... Where's my goal at? I think you can click on the goal. So I believe you can click on the goal up there and that'll take you to it. It says gift goal and subscriber goal. I believe you can just click on that, or there's a star with a circle around it. You're going to click that and you're going to get access to my daily price point videos. And as a deluxe subscriber, I can coach you one-on-one. You can message me directly and I can teach you and show you. How's XRP looking? It's looking bullish, baby. We got a diamond bottom. XRP is looking good. I think we're going to at least 250, 255. Let me try don't end. I'm going to gift Mega. I think Guinea Marie already gifted Mega. Mega's already got one. But you can gift him another month. Give him a couple months. XRP pulling back. Yeah, but that's just short term. I think it's got more. XRP is going to see at least 247 again. For sure. But if it doesn't do it soon, it'll hit 247, break structure, and it'll come back down, and it'll hit this line at about 225. Octane, thank you for the follower, but don't forget to subscribe. Become a subscriber. They are different. And as a subscriber, a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly and I can help coach you. And as a regular subscriber or deluxe subscriber, you get access to my daily price point videos where I tell you what XRP is doing every single day, or SXT, or whatever our big project is that we're looking into. I'm sure we're going to be adding ALGO and ONDO to that soon. You're going to make some money. It's going to pay for itself. Everybody that has subscribed and taken advantage of how it works has paid for their subscription. HD Malicious says, thanks, Oz. TikTok seller extended for another 3 months. Thank you so much. Junior G liked the live. Thank you. But yeah, XRP price prediction, 247 minimum. And that could have been what we got. We could have already hit 247 and be done. But I think it's got more. It could potentially go to 280. I think probably more like 270, 275 is more like it. But we'll see. This is a diamond bottom, and we just didn't get quite enough juice out of it, though. But I think part of that is because we're coming up to the end of the month and people are trying to get out. People are trying to get out of XRP. So take that into consideration with XRP, guys, that we did hit 247 and it may just be done already. What about XRP in 10 years? XRP in 10 years, I think, could be worth about $10, maybe 25. Maybe 25. It could take a couple decades to get to 25. And it may do nothing. It may just die by then. It may be dead technology by then. And that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Just like Bitcoin's already dead tech. Dang, we actually made some money in the live for once. All right, everybody flood in some gifts. If you want to send some gifts, now's the time to do it. We're going to take a last couple minutes, have a little gift-a-thon, and go from there. Let's do this one. We're going to do some gifts. Danny Gibson with the heart me. Thank you very much. Do you guys see my hat? This is Link Soul, California. It's a golf course, and the hat says, "Make par, not war." What's up, George Orwell? 1984. That's my favorite book. Glad to have you. Why the sharp drop? I think people are trying to get out before the end of the month when Ripple dumps on their people. Ripple's about to take a big dump on your chest. Your coin chest, that is. All right, I'm gonna put on a hype song. We're gonna start sending in those gifts. Let me see here. Here we go. I like this one. I actually own the rights to this song.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
Send in those gifts, guys. Start smashing that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends.
Motherfucker, get money. Let's get
Money, motherfucker, get money.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
Every time it knocks, I think somebody's at the studio door trying to get in. I keep forgetting I already sent everybody home.
Motherfucker, get money.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for joining in our special event live with Mega Crypto. And we had Henry on as well. Thank you, guys. We had a good time, and we're having fun here. We're pretty much done. I'm just trying to get those likes up. I want to make sure that we hit 200K likes. What does the likes say right now? Where are we at? $150? Oh, we got 50K to go. We're gonna be here all night. Am I gonna just have to keep doing coins until we get to 200K? We need everyone tapping, yeah. Let's get those taps going, baby. froze on me. Now that I'm on the hype train of like, yeah, we're pumping, like all of a sudden the show's not being shadowed. That is a good question. How does Sui get hacked and go number 3 in market cap? Moon cheese. See the cheese on the moon? That's why. Moon cheese. I'll tell you why. Because of shows like this where they're just showing a smiley face with a money sign going like this. I want some XRP moon cheese. Yeah, you're probably just going to get Famunda cheese from XRP. You're going to get that Famunda cheese from XRP. Where he says, I don't like XRP anymore. Me neither. It messed with my emotions too much. If the sentiment changes, great. But for now, I'm going to focus on real world assets. Hope y'all don't get motion sickness. I'm having fun. I'll buy ALGO after the dump, baby. Heck yeah. Me too. XRP is still at the same price it was 4 years ago. I just realized that. Yep. It hasn't done anything for like 7 years. This is Toxic Joy by Templeton. I own the rights to it. All of my music is original music because I don't want to get hit with copyright. Caveman came in today. Yeah. Keep smashing that like button, guys. Where are we at on likes? We got to be getting up there. ALGO and Avalanche partners with FIFA. I know that was part of the news we were going to cover, but the show ran long because we had a special event. 152K. That's not bad. We should be at $3. Brad Garlington Y. Ivan, thank you for the follow. And don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, share the show with your friends. Double tap that screen. Start tapping it, people. Let's see if we can get to 200K likes. We are so close. 150K. Let's have a like off right now. Let's see. I think I can see who's liked the most. Let me see here. I'm gonna have to ask Mega how he does that. Maybe it's right here. Add new goal. I'm gonna have to ask Mega. Is Cash App okay to invest? I would say so, but you can always just send me a donation on my Cash App. That's gonna be your best bet. Send me a donation, and I just know how to spend it better. I'll invest it for you. I'll take good care of your money. I would say the best place to keep your money, though, is in a cold wallet. But if you're looking to trade, you got to have it on an exchange. Let me see. Let's find one of these songs. I got a few songs I own the rights to, and that's what we got. Oz moves his hand up to yawn. Yeah, I gotta yawn. I gotta change the music. Yeah, but they just didn't catch me that one time. Market Cap Traders, what's up, bro? Don't forget to like, follow, subscribe. As a subscriber, you get access to those daily price point videos. We are nailing the price of the markets to the cent, baby. And as a deluxe subscriber, you can get direct coaching from me where you can message me directly. Market Cap, thank you for the heart me and the popular TikTok. Thank you so much. Yes, let's go. We're having fun, man. It's 1 a.m. Good night. Have a good night. Thank you for double tapping all night and all your gifts and subscriptions. Giddy Marie, you are amazing. And thank you for supporting the show. Yeah, we got money face, baby. We are hitting the money face. Yeah, we're looking good with Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin's looking hella good. You know what? Let's look at Bitcoin in the 1 hour. Look at that. That's a bull flag. Oh. Looks like it broke some structure here. It was a bull flag. Looks like we triple topped though, which is all right because that means that this is more of just a regular flag. That's all right. That's still a flag, baby. That is still a flag. I think we got more to go. The hype is real for Bitcoin right now. The hype is real. And so many people are just FOMOing in. Satoshi, sell it? You think so? Keep double tapping that screen, guys. Where are we at in the likes? 100K likes is rookie numbers for us. We gotta bump those numbers up. What's up with SXDC? That's a good question. Let's take a look at it real quick. We got some time. Looks like consolidation to me. Let's see here. I think XDC, if Bitcoin keeps pumping, no, I wouldn't say consolidation is bad. What it's doing is when it consolidates, it's building a floor. It's building support. Look at that green candle. That's nice. That's what we want to see. I think this one just hasn't ran up yet. I think it's about to get its run right now. Yeah, this is very normal. This is beautiful. Whatever Bitcoin does, everything will follow suit. And if it hasn't pumped yet, baby, you better buy it. As long as Bitcoin keeps pumping, everything else will keep pumping. XCN, I got you. I gotta get some more original music. That? I gotta lower the music for this one. All right. This is consolidating here. XCN, huh? I see no viable pattern other than this. This is bearish. So definitely let's see if it breaks out. But it could like head and shoulders right here and just come back down to this line and maybe then bounce. There's just not enough data. I'd say it's kind of stuck in consolidation, but that's kind of good because it's on the high side of it. It could potentially bounce up, but this is a bearish signal. But if we get rid of the candles, the wicks on the candles, it's kind of just a channel. Let's see here. 2 objects that are the same. TikTok, like, you're going live longer than you normally go live. Toshi. I already did Toshi, but for Morgan, you got it, baby. Morgan's been a subscriber for a while. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate your support. Oh, that's a bull flag, baby. Toshi is got a full-blown pennant on it right now. Toshi's about to explode, y'all. How much do you need to start? I think $1 is the minimum. If it holds structure. But yeah, that looks pretty good to me. As long as Bitcoin keeps pumping, we're gonna be good. Purple Pepe. You got the perps. Perps with the terps. Let's see here. I'm assuming you want Purple Pepe, right? Pepe. Purple Pepe sent 5 roses. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Let's see here. Tether. Tether sounds all right. Nope, that ain't it. Purple Pepe. That looks pretty cool too, man. Pepe's been doing really well, man. However, this is a bearish formation right here. This is a it could potentially break it though, but this is a flat bottom. This is a descending triangle pattern, which is bearish. So if this doesn't pump out of this today, then it's coming back down to the low of quadruple 05. So something to keep an eye on. But look at this heavy buy right here. This wick right here. And I'd say like this is an inverted hammer. If Purple Pepe does not break above quadruple 09 today, so you got like 20 something hours. If it does not break up above quadruple 09, get out and run for the hills. I think it will break because Bitcoin's, as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping, we're good. Yeah, we'll see. I like the Pepe coins, man. A lot of people in the live here, we made a lot of money on Pepe buying at the low. We bought the bottom on Pepe. We killed it. So as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping, we'll be all right. But keep in mind, Bitcoin could top out right here and fall down, and this is a double top. I think this is unlikely, but it could. All right, management says I gotta close up shop. All right, I gotta send management home too. They're still here, so have a good night, all. How many likes are we at right now? How many likes did we get to? Yeah, no problem. Purple Pepe, appreciate you. Hey, send me a follow, like, subscribe. We're at 158. Dang, we almost made 160, but that's all right. Thank you all. Don't forget to like, follow, subscribe. Send in those gifts. Send in a heart me. If you want to help me out, the best way you can help the show is by sending a heart me. We need those badly for the show. So if you want to help support, you like the show, or you got me to look at a coin for you, send a heart me. Hey, Purple Pepe, thank you very much. Don't forget to follow me, man. And come watch the show. We're live Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we got a legit show here. We do more than just technical analysis. We go over the financial news and stuff like that. So we use the news to know which direction the market's going. So we know things are going to pump before they do. And we know when things are going to drop before they do. We've been calling the market every single day to the fractions of a cent. So definitely come back, stick around. Enjoy having you, Purple Pepe, and everyone else. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, come through, and we'll be live again tomorrow. I think tomorrow's Friday, so after Friday we'll be off for the weekend and then back in. But we have a full staff here. We have IT support. We have a team of journalists. I have a right-wing journalist, left-wing journalist, and center-line journalist. And I have a fact checker and management here, and we're a full team, and we are here to get to the bottom of things. We're looking for the truth. We're looking for what the markets are going to do before it happens, because that's where the money is made, by knowing what is going to happen before it happens. And we are nailing the prices to the fraction of a cent. Check out Wall Street Bets on Facebook. Oh, I know, bro, you ain't gotta tell me, but thank you. Appreciate you, bro. I'll see you on the next one. And don't forget, I'm your boy, Oz the Crypto Goat, and thank you for joining the Ledger Lounge. ETH, meh. I think it's dead tech, but it'll do something. Thanks, Purple Pepe. All right, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you for joining the show. We've been live for over 5 hours. I got to call it a night. Take it easy. I want to play a song before we go. We're going to play this one. No. Where are you at? Where you at? Yeah, one more time before the live ends.
Motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. motherfucker get money.
Hey, Purple Pepe, thank you for the heart me.